Well, hello there. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A couple of U.S. Army soldiers and a former soldier have been arrested and charged as part of an alleged bribery scheme to try and sell military secrets to China.
3 men are charged in a conspiracy to sell sensitive military information to the Chinese government. And they say several photos prove it. Jian Jiao, an Army sergeant stationed at Joint Base McCord in Washington, taking photos of military PowerPoint presentations. He's accused of stealing a military computer and dozens of hard drives containing classified details about U.S. weapons systems.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio there. Those men could face decades in prison if convicted. Cell phones in Tennessee classrooms, well, that could become a thing of the past. Both houses of the Tennessee legislature passed a bill that requires schools to put together policies blocking students from using cell phones, tablets, and smartwatches during instruction. Schools will also have to figure out how to let parents know about emergencies like lockdowns and shootings.
It can be inconvenient because if something happens in the middle of the day and they can't get to somebody to help them, then it's more of a hazard than a help.
That parent speaking to Channel 4. The bill is headed now to Governor Lee for his signature. We know more about the bill being considered by state legislators dealing with the influx of undocumented children into Tennessee schools. SB 0836 would allow schools to charge tuition or allow schools to refuse to enroll those students. The bill requires families to provide documentation that the student is a U.S. citizen or in the process of becoming one. The legislation now moving to the Senate Finance Committee. Got a traffic note for you regarding construction downtown. It's going to close a portion of the loop this weekend. TDOT crews are working under the 12 South Avenue Bridge over I-40. Now, both the I-40 westbound and I-65 northbound lanes are closed starting 8 o'clock tonight through 5 o'clock on Monday morning. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Major market indexes fell after Wednesday's gains. The Dow was down 428 points, the S&P 500 dropped 104 points, and the Nasdaq lost 483 points. Stocks fell after President Trump announced another rollback on some of his tariffs, adding to uncertainty about where the economy is heading. Tech stocks led the losers. Marvel Technology dropped sharply even after its latest quarter performance beat analysts' forecast. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said tariffs on Canadian and Mexican imports would likely get a second one-month delay. The pause would apply to goods covered in the U.S.-MCA trade agreement. China's commerce minister said his country can endure the U.S. tariffs, adding there are no winners in a trade war, and Beijing is open to trade talks with the U.S.
Now, futures this morning are looking up. The Dow futures are plus 54, NASDAQ futures plus 82. We've got the S&P futures up 15 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an early crash here in Hermitage. It's on 40 westbound before Old Hickory Boulevard East. The right lane is blocked. And just keep in mind, you've still got that bridge repair going on in Bellevue. That's on 40 both directions east of Bellevue, Highway exit 70S. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Friday, March 7th. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Man, what a great weekend it seems like coming up. We've got all your weather, all your traffic, and everything you need to know coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the headline from the Daily Mail and other places as well, Trump picks sides in MAGA power struggle as Elon drops his chainsaw and leaves the federal cuts to the cabinet.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
All right, we all remember that. That may have been the jump the shark moment for Elon Musk. And now it looks like yesterday Donald Trump held an emergency cabinet meeting to deal with Elon Musk. And that's what it looks like. Now, I've been telling you the last several weeks now, that there's a power struggle going on within the federal government and within Donald Trump's cabinet and Elon Musk. And really, it all was blown open after Elon sent that email, list 5 things that you did last week. And so then members of Trump's cabinet, they were put in this position to have to tell their employees, yeah, don't respond to that email. You remember all of that. And I said at the time, there is definitely a power struggle going on between Elon and the cabinet. Well, now Elon's chainsaw is now a scalpel. This is from the Daily Mail. Donald Trump attempted to settle a MAGA power struggle Thursday by telling Elon Musk to drop the chainsaw and leave the drastic cuts across federal departments to his cabinet secretaries. Many people are framing this as Elon getting his wings clipped. Now, again, that was one of my concerns. Elon he seemed to be, and you know that I'm a big supporter of Donald Trump. I'm a big supporter of Doge. I'm a big supporter of Elon Musk and what he was trying to do. But it just seemed like there was a scorched earth policy going on where Elon was, in effect, ordering cuts and trying to eliminate people, and he had really no idea what they did do or what they didn't. And so Donald Trump ultimately had to say, enough is enough.
I want the cabinet members to keep good people. I don't want to see a big cut where a lot of good people are cut. I want the cabinet members to keep the good people, and the people that aren't doing a good job, that are unreliable, don't show up to work, etc., those people can be cut. So I had a meeting, and I said, I want the cabinet members, go first, keep all the people you want, everybody that you need. And it would be better if they were there for 2 years instead of 2 weeks, because in 2 years they'll know the people better. But I want them to do the best job they can. When we have good people, that's precious. It's very important, and we want them to keep the good people.
Donald Trump knows good help is hard to find, so the cabinet, people like Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, they were all having issues with Elon and the demands for email bullet points and all of that. And so there has been a power struggle going on behind the scenes. Now, remember how we got here. You had Donald Trump promising massive cuts. He talked about Elon Musk. He spoke about Doge on the campaign trail, and people were all in. Thousands have been fired. Some people have been hired back. Elon has admitted now that he has made mistakes. Lawsuits have been challenging the terminations. Some lawsuits have been won. Some lawsuits have been lost, and on it goes. The Daily Mail continues. Some department heads, including Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, FBI Director Kash Patel, and DNI Tulsi Gabbard, defied the DOJ head by telling their workers to ignore the directive regarding the email. Well, now they frame it as this. Now it appears that Elon Musk may have lost that power struggle, as Donald Trump made very clear during his impromptu cabinet meeting that the department heads were in charge of which federal workers are fired, not Elon Musk. And one of the things that I said straight away is, listen, now that all these people are in place, they've got to get to know their agencies. They've got to get to know the departments within their agencies, and they've got to get to know their people. Because one of the things that I've been saying all along is, listen, just because you work for the federal government doesn't mean that you're ripping off the taxpayers. It doesn't mean that you're lazy. It doesn't mean that you're not doing the job. There's a lot of people that are patriots that do work for the government. And I didn't want to see, and Donald Trump doesn't want to see, good people get fired. We got to fire the bad people. And there's no way that Elon would know who is pulling their weight and who isn't. Now, he was trying to figure it out with the emails and so forth. But remember, originally DOJ was only supposed to provide recommendations, not actually make decisions. Now those decisions will be made by the heads of Donald Trump's agencies.
So we're going to be watching them, and Elon and the group are going to be watching them. And if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
And I think that, Elon has done a lot of good. There's, in my opinion, nobody who looks at what Elon has accomplished could say that the man has not done a lot of good. He found a lot of crazy spending, a lot of crazy fraud. We all know what happened within USAID. That's great. That's awesome. And I think that Elon saved a lot of money, and he exposed a lot of things that the Biden administration was doing. And it drew attention to the issues that Joe Biden left to Donald Trump. And so I think that is where Elon needs to continue to focus. But when it came to the mass terminations, my fear, and apparently Trump's fear, was that Elon was just a little too excited about the slashing.
So that you think Doge and Elon Musk have been moving too quickly?
No, I think they've done an amazing job. They've done an amazing job, and look at what they found. I read it the other night in the speech. I mean, they found these things where billions of dollars has been poured down the drain to things. That's not about people. That's about contracts where billions and billions of dollars was just thrown out the window. It probably got kickbacks. I'm sure there were tremendous kickbacks for the people that authorized those contracts. But no, Elon has been really teaching everybody about the numbers that you can do. But what I want the numbers, but I also want to keep the good people. We want to get rid of the people that aren't working, that aren't showing up.
Exactly. Now, coming up, Trump talked about what he wants to do, what he expects to accomplish in the next 12 months. Details straight ahead. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 for a Friday. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Still working that crash scene in Hermitage this morning. It's on 40 westbound before Old Hickory Boulevard East, and the right lane remains blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. As far as your weather for today, Friday, a high of 61 and cloudy. Saturday, high of 56 under cloudy skies. On Sunday, a high of 59 degrees and cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. One of the things I thought was interesting about Trump's announcement is that he went out of his way to say that Elon did a really good job. And I think that for Donald Trump, that is how the man operates. Pump everybody up and tell people they did a great job, even if you have to clip their wings a little bit. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that. And so now one of the things that Trump says is we are still on our way towards trying to balance the budget.
So they're working together with Elon, and I think we're doing a really great job. We're cutting it down. We have to for the sake of our country. You can't have that kind of fat. It's bloat, and like nobody's ever seen before. Where you need 20,000 and they have 120,000 people.
Yep.
And you just don't need that many. And it happens with companies and it happens with governments, I guess. You could go to a lot of governments, you'd see the same thing. But we're trying to get it down. We want to be able, next year, we could balance the budget. I think there's a good chance we could balance the budget next year. We have a lot of good things happening.
Can you imagine a balanced budget? I don't see how that's possible. But listen, if anybody can do it, it's Donald Trump. And again, this is classic Trump, right? Very diplomatic. Elon has done a great job. And now that everyone is in place, it is time for the cabinet to do their jobs. And they'll work together, never saying a negative word about Elon Musk. Just keep it going. So now the question is, will any of those fired employees be hired back? Because we've already seen that. We've seen as Elon has made some mistakes. He's been, again, a little too excited about making the cuts that he's made, and we have had to hire some people back. Now, here's the thing. I think that Donald Trump is doing what any good manager does, because at the end of the day, Trump is a manager. Trump is a deal maker, and Trump knows how to run businesses, and he's been one heck of a president so far, first 4 years, and now here we are in his second term. But we have to be smart. We have to be surgical, not make mistakes. And so for Trump, he is seeing what's going on, and he is adjusting. That's what smart people do. They learn from their mistakes. And I'm not saying that Elon or hiring Elon or bringing Elon on with a Doge was a mistake. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that good leaders know when to pivot. Everybody says that Donald Trump is an egomaniac. I don't believe so. I think Donald Trump has learned from his mistakes. I think that Donald Trump is understanding that there are times that you have to pivot. And regardless as to what it looks like with Elon getting his wings clipped, because, you know, there's a lot of people within MAGA, Steve Bannon, by the way, being one of them, and I'm a big fan of Steve Bannon, but he has not been a fan of Elon Musk at all. He's attacked him almost at every turn. And I could do a whole monologue just on the battles within MAGA. But the bottom line is a lot of people are presenting this as Elon getting his wings clipped. I don't really care either way. I'm more impressed that Donald Trump is showing absolutely no ego whatsoever. And basically what Trump is saying is, all right, so you know what? We've got to make the adjustment. And he is, which is really smart of Donald Trump. Hey, by the way, coming up at 5:35, I want you to stick around because Adam Schiff has a message for you.
Screw you and the horse you rode in on.
That's what Adam Schiff says.
What a nice man.
Isn't he just a ray of sunshine?
Screw you and the horse you rode in on.
Whatever.
Oh, a little testy on a Friday morning.
There's words I could explain about that guy that I cannot say on the air.
By the way, some big news. Kash Patel, FBI Director Kash Patel, you were reporting this, Joan, has found some bad guys selling state secrets to China.
Some bad hombres.
Was it Adam Schiff?
I don't think they were hombres because they were like, you see their names?
Yeah, I did.
They're not hombres.
Yes, I did.
Sorry. Let's see here. Their names are Jin Zhao, Li Tian, and some other guy. Ryu Duan.
Good job.
So, yeah, they've been selling state secrets to China. And so now, according to the indictment filed Wednesday in the U.S. District Court for Western Washington, Zhao, who managed over $55 million worth of Army property, was accused of selling nearly 24 classified hard drives marked secret or top secret, as well as sensitive U.S. military documents. So, I mean, is that treason? I mean, it sounds like treason to me.
Like treason.
I was about to say, that sounds like treason.
Do we still do the firing squad for treason?
Oh, that's funny. You should. I don't know for treason, but there's a man being put to death in South Carolina this weekend by firing squad.
Okay.
Tickets available? No.
No, stop. Good Lord, man. What is wrong with you?
Well, what'd he do? We gotta find that out.
He beat his ex-girlfriend's parents to death with a baseball bat.
Yeah, okay. I don't.
Is that
feel
all right with
sympathy.
you now?
No. Firing
KGB?
squad is
You good now?
reasonable. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing. What I like about that story is that they're learning that, you know what, we don't need, and I've said this forever, we don't need the fancy chemicals to put these guys down, with lethal injection. We don't need the electric chair, which, that has been, had a lot of problems as well. Just go firing squad. What is the problem?
The old-fashioned way, the tried and true method.
Well, that's exactly right. And not to make light of it. I like seeing killers put down. I don't want to make light of it. But, there's no shortage of guns and bullets in this country. So, it's a lot easier to just do it from the firing squad. 521, Joan, please help me. What is coming up at 5:30?
Yeah, we have more on that story about the active duty service members arrested for sending secrets to China. Coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products? With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
.526, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 897 WTN. Watch us on YouTube if you would. Like and subscribe. You can watch us anywhere. You can listen anywhere with your smartphone device, and you can watch us after the show. You can listen to us after the show, whatever. Check out the podcast and everything else. Take the Daily Dan poll, and right now the Daily Dan poll is... Because I got this idea from Brian. I'm totally ripping off Brian Wilson, who was in for Chad yesterday noon to 3, because he was talking about how, and this is a familiar conversation these days, that with the tariffs, there's a very good chance that prices are going to go up on certain items. Short term, long term, we'll have to see how the whole thing plays out. But as a Trump supporter, the Daily Dan poll, are you okay with prices going up in the short term due to Donald Trump's tariffs? Now, to put it in more context, we got a lot of victories. And remember what I have been saying all along, which is we've got the extension, hopefully, of the Trump tax cuts. We will be bringing in revenue from those tariffs. Also, when you look at all of the investment into America. We've talked about Apple and the $500 billion. We've talked about the Taiwan company. They're going to open up a chips manufacturing plant here. That's, I think, $100 billion. The victories just keep stacking up. So when you see all of those victories, not to mention we've got, the illegal immigration issue, which is basically at this point now, we have very few people trying to come across our southern border. The mass deportations continue. And so with all of those victories, not to mention the savings through USAID, are you okay with prices going up in the short term due to Donald Trump's tariffs? And so that is the Daily Dan poll in its full context. And right now, what are people saying, KGB?
Well, right now, they're pretty supportive. 78% say yes, 13% say no, and 9% are undecided.
I think people see what Trump is trying to do. And that's my point. I think that people see what Donald Trump is trying to do. And so the more that Trump stacks up and racks up the victories, the more we say, oh, okay, we understand. Because this isn't going to be, in my opinion, this isn't going to be rampant, massive inflation because of, a war on domestic oil production like Joe Biden had initially, or, rampant spending on Green New Deal type of stuff. Everybody knows that Trump is doing his absolute best to try to lower prices, and he's doing everything he can to try to reverse what Joe Biden did. So everybody knows what Trump is trying to do. And so that is our Daily Dan poll. Again, find us on YouTube. Watch us right now. Watch us after the show. Watch us anytime you want. And the Daily Dan poll question, are you okay with prices going up in the short term due to Donald Trump's tariffs? Got a lot more straight ahead. By the way, a great question. Is Jasmine Crockett putting on an act?
Oh.
Details straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
.530 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Arrest made last night of 2 active duty service members and a 3rd retired military member on accusations that they conspired to spy for China. The Justice Department saying Army soldiers Jian Zhao and Li Tian are based at Joint Base Lewis McChord in Washington State. Now, at a news conference last night, FBI Special Agent Mike Harrington said there's reason to believe some of the data is top secret.
Information that identifies the United States military's capabilities, plans and intentions, and could really put us at a severe disadvantage if that were to fall in the wrong hands.
And he said their actions demonstrate the pervasive nature of the threat from China to our national security. Well, President Trump has already said Social Security benefits would not be cut in his efforts to scale back the federal government. That didn't stop a group of protesters, though, in Nashville yesterday.
No closures, no cuts, protect.
Social Security Commissioner Leland Duda did announce plans to cut 7,000 jobs and close regional hubs and field offices. The Department of Government Efficiency is reviewing leases, including Nashville's 4,000 square foot office. A one-time Olympic athlete has reached the FBI's top 10 most wanted list.
Agents announcing former Canadian snowboarder Ryan Wedding is now on the 10 most wanted list. Agents claiming Wedding is the head of a deadly drug smuggling ring, funneling thousands of kilos of cocaine into the U.S. each year. Police say Wedding, who uses the alias El Jefe, is the mastermind of a widespread operation trafficking drugs across the Americas, allegedly behind multiple murders.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, that crash on 40 westbound still there. Now it's blocking 2 right lanes. That crash at I-40 westbound is before Old Hickory Boulevard East, exit 221B. Careful in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? Welcome on in. Friday, March 7th of 2025. Thank the Lord it's Friday. You know, I don't know what it is about having like an event, an extra show in the middle of the week.
It's a killer.
Yeah, it messes me up for the entire rest of the week.
This week has felt long.
Yes, it has felt long. Probably because it's like 5 days. I think we ought to really talk about a 4-day work week, but that doesn't work with radio. Anyway, moving right along. Hey, will the real Jasmine Crockett please stand up? Now, we all know this Jasmine Crockett.
This is not what we should be doing. I don't even know why we fighting with Greenland. Why we fighting with Greenland? We fighting with Canada. We fighting with Mexico. Yet we in love with Putin. What is happening? Like, this is not America. This is a terrible nightmare. Somebody slap me and wake me the up because I'm ready to get on with it.
So we all know that Jasmine Crockett. Well, I find that people are now talking, and this is something that I've referenced in passing, but this is Jasmine Crockett when she was, I guess, before she was elected to Congress and she was being interviewed. And it's crazy because the audio won't come up. Well, that's
a Friday issue.
Well, then.
Well, this is a bear. Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, I have actually a real question. Maybe this audio will answer it, but is there an interview she does not curse or drop an F-bomb?
No, cursing is her.
Yeah.
Her thing.
Well, I guess this audio is not going to play for whatever reason. But here's the thing. She sounds very, normal is the wrong word to say. Probably the politically incorrect way. But she's speaking with proper grammar. She's not cursing. She's very calm and collected. And she's just got a very...
maybe she's being groomed.
Here's the crazy thing, though.
Yeah.
Is that, hey, do me a favor, KGB. Look up on X somebody named Kyle Seraphin. KYLESERAPHIN. See if it'll play on your computer. Because it shows it is playing, but for whatever reason, all my other audio is playing. But here's what's so crazy. Is that somebody somewhere believes in the Democrat Party that it is more marketable for her to talk trash and speak the way that we all know her to speak. Somebody within the Democrat Party thinks that that is more marketable than how she was speaking, very calm, cool, collected, what we're used to seeing or hearing out of politicians. What do you think is more marketable these days? I mean, apparently, if you're a Democrat, it is more marketable to speak like Jasmine Crockett, typically speaks these days.
This is not what we should be doing. I don't even know why we fighting with Greenland.
Is this really more marketable than speaking like, a normal person?
Yeah, we in love with Putin. What is happening? Like, this is not America.
And not to mention,
Somebody slap me and wake me the up because I'm ready to get on with it.
And here's the deal. Not to mention, she obviously sounds the way that she sounds, but as I worked through this yesterday, she's just factually incorrect about all of those things. And so she sounds dumb, and the things that she says are factually incorrect. And yet somehow they believe that kind of a persona is more marketable than somebody who just sounds like a person who is well-educated and doesn't sound, like that. It's unfortunate. That's what the Democrat Party actually stands for. Were you able to find it, KGB?
Yeah, but mine's not. I'm trying to figure out why my audio is not working either.
See, it is weird. So for whatever reason, this audio is out there, but it won't play on either one of our computers. Whatever. But yeah, but isn't that kind of sad though that they believe that somebody talking trash like that is more marketable than somebody that sounds kind of like a normal person?
Well, Dan, we are talking about her more than anyone else right now.
That's true.
It's working.
That's true.
Yeah, but we're not speaking about her in a negative, and we are speaking about her in a negative way.
Any attention is better than no attention. Isn't that the age-old belief, especially with like young kids? If they're out there throwing temper tantrums, at least they're getting some attention.
So do you think
same deal?
What does that say about the Democrat Party, though? Okay, so if that is more marketable,
I think I got the audio working.
All right, go ahead and now. Okay, you need to know something, KGB. This is terrible. 20 seconds in to that audio, she curses. So
I will stop at 19 seconds.
Yeah, so go ahead and play it. See if it plays on your computer.
All right, let's all pray.
Absolutely. First of all, it's good to see you in the new year. No one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. It's just not what my plan was. But what I've always decided is that I would step up when there was.
Okay, I have to stop it.
But you see, Joan, how she sounds.
Yeah.
She sounds like a normal, college-educated person. And then you have.
This is not what we should be doing.
This kind of stuff. So I don't know. I do think it's awfully telling that for the Democrats, they believe that, that trash-talking Jasmine Crockett is more marketable to their party.
Yeah.
And I think that tells you a lot. By the way, speaking of which, I have so much to talk about. So kudos to Chris Hand for finding that audio. I know that you heard it. I heard it driving home yesterday, where Gavin Newsom is now doing a podcast.
Yeah.
And the first guy that he decides to get on is Charlie Kirk. Now, I thought that was number one. I got to give props to Gavin.
An interesting pick for his first guest, right?
Well, I think he chose Charlie Kirk because that would get a lot of publicity. And surprise, here we are talking about it.
Yeah.
But what was interesting is, here's where, and this is the headline-grabbing moment, where Charlie Kirk got him to admit that men playing on girls' sports teams is abhorrent.
It's like you right now should come out and be like, you know what? The young man who's about to win the state championship in the long jump in female sports, that shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate
but would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that.
What? Okay, so just real quick. Why hasn't he done it then? Why hasn't Gavin Newsom? Because how long has this been an issue?
Because he's reading the tea leaves. He's reading the tea leaves. He gets it now.
You think so? You think he gets it?
If he wants to run, we talked about it yesterday. If he wants to run for president, he's got to get more in the middle.
Yeah.
He's got to stop seeming like, the jerk that went to the beautiful restaurant during COVID and, sends out people to go look for parents who protest gender ideology crap in schools. I mean, he's got to stop being that guy and become more.
I just don't know if you can. Because
I think he's too far gone.
I do. That's what I was going to say. I think once your brand is set, your brand is set. Yeah. By the way, there was more.
So that's easy to call out, the unfairness of that. There's also a humility and a grace, that these poor people are more likely to commit suicide, have anxiety and depression. And the way that people talk down to vulnerable communities is an issue that I have a hard time with as well. So both things I can hold in my hand. How can we address this issue with the kind of decency that I think, is inherent in you, but not always expressed?
All right. So there you go. So that is Gavin Newsom. And I mean, I could do an entire monologue on that as far as the depression and the suicide. Oftentimes that happens after they take all of those, they go through all of those procedures and they go through all the chemical castration and all of that. That's number one. Number two, how people, and I'm going to air quote this, how people speak down to vulnerable or marginalized communities. I don't necessarily know how much of that is true these days. I think most people just want to be left alone. Like if like me, you go do you. If you want to, as long as you're over 18 and you want to go do all of these transgender things, you knock yourself out. I just want to be left alone. Oh, and by the way, leave the kids alone. It's beyond the point, beside the point. So Hakeem Jeffries, did you hear what happened to Hakeem Jeffries?
Oh, yeah.
So you heard Gavin Newsom, what he did. And he breaks with the party. CNN was actually talking about this 2 minutes ago. So Hakeem Jeffries is asked the question, wow, did you hear that Gavin Newsom broke with the party on transgender people in sports?
I want to ask about California Governor Gavin Newsom's comments saying that Democrats were in the wrong for allowing transgender athletes to compete in female and girls sports. What is your response to that after Democrats had opposed the women and girls in sports?
I haven't seen his comments. Right. What Democrats opposed was unleashing sexual predators on girls throughout the United States of America.
I don't even know, he didn't even answer the question about transgender athletes.
Where did the sexual
I can tell
come
you
from?
Go ahead, Joan.
He's saying they've cooked up this thing that's not even true, and I think it was proposed first by AOC that says that what the Republicans are going to do is determine whether it's a male or female by actually physically inspecting young girls' private parts.
I remember that. So they're accusing.
Now, nobody's ever said that. No. Republicans have said, we're going to look for birth certificates will tell us if you're male or female. Mm-hmm. So bring your birth certificate.
Yeah, there's other ways of doing it besides what they assumed.
It's their cooked up scheme to make it seem like Republicans are the perverts. In the meantime, what happens when you allow men to do sports with girls? They've got to go in the same locker room. Now who's a pervert?
Yeah, and women are getting hurt. Oh, and by the way, Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats, if you wanted to keep sexual predators away from girls and women, then maybe you should have closed the damn border, because how many sexual predators have we seen come into this country over the border?
Jocelyn Nungari?
Gosh almighty.
Really?
I mean, this is the Democrat Party. And I got to tell you what, I love, though, the deer in the headlights look of Hakeem Jeffries. This dude, by the way, clearly from just a quick thinking standpoint, is no Barack Obama. But, I would say to Hakeem Jeffries,
screw you and the horse you rode in on.
All right, so that is Adam Schiff.
So did you also see Mazie Hirono getting asked the same question?
No, I didn't.
Oh, man.
Do you have the audio?
I can look for it, but there's not a whole lot of audio because she was so stunned by being asked this question, and she was looking at a paper, walking through the hall, and she's going, and I have to turn here, and I'm going to go here, and she's just trying to ignore the reporter who's asking questions. I will try to find the audio. It's hysterical. Steve Cohen.
No, I got it. I think I found the Mazie Hirono.
Okay,
Mazie, whatever. Crazy Hirono. So
Crazy,
I think this is it.
How's it going? Johnny from Fox News. How are you? I have it here. Why do you want men and women's sports?
Therefore, I
Senator
aloha.
Why do you want men and women's sports, Senator?
Did she just say aloha?
I think so.
Her answer was aloha.
Aloha.
Yeah. She was like, I have to go here, aloha. It's like,
and then she walked into an office. One of her aides directed her into an office. It was probably the bathroom or something, just to get her out of the.
Do you know what I would like somebody to do? I would like somebody to get with Crazy Hirono in the hallways and ask her to walk a straight line, or see if she can see if she can touch her nose with her finger, because she always seems drunk.
Yeah,
Joe Biden would have made more sense walking down the hall with that question than she did, and that's saying something.
Yeah. Well, message for Mazie Hirono.
Screw you and the horse you rode in on.
All right. Since you're really good about finding this audio,
yes.
Did you see Steve Cohen too?
Steve Cohen. No, let me see. Did they ask him the same question?
Yeah.
All right, let's see if I can find Steve Cohen.
All right.
And if
I'm gonna
not, I
time
can tell you about real quick. It's
Steve Cohen, the
Tennessee lawmaker.
Congressman out of Memphis.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Nope, I got it. Is he in a wheelchair?
15 seconds. Good job.
Oh, really?
He's in a wheelchair.
What? They're all in a wheelchair on the left.
Yeah, this is Steve Cohen. I haven't heard this. There better not be any curse words.
Congressman, how are you? Okay, thank you. Congressman, why should men be in women's sports?
Shorts?
Sports. Why do you think
they should not be in shorts?
Congressman.
All right, so
He tried
what a cop out.
Have you seen this video? So what's funny about this video?
He's in a wheelchair?
He's in a wheelchair.
What?
I don't know why he's in a wheelchair. Why is Steve Cohen in a wheelchair?
How old is he?
He's not, I mean.
Yeah, he's not Joe Biden age. He's not presidential age yet.
Maybe he broke a leg or something. I don't know. But if you watch the video, he's actually taking his wheelchair and he's backing away from the Fox reporter. And they don't have any. I still think Steve Cohen looks like the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah.
I've been saying this for years, and people think I'm nuts.
The creature from the Black Lagoon in shorts.
Yeah, look up the creature from the Black Lagoon.
You're dead on.
Thank you, KGB.
Just seeing his portrait, his
yes
house portrait, it's like
he looks like the creature from the Black Lagoon.
You can see his face morphing into like with jaws, like with sharp spikes for teeth. You can definitely put that
It's
in
the
there.
lack of hair on the top, and I mean, if you let your hair grow a little bit, Dan, you would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The dead eyes help with this as well.
What's that?
It's just his eyes.
No. Steve Cohen's on the phone?
Screw you and the horse you rode in on.
All right, so I got to do this.
As a producer, that scared me for
I got to
a
do
second.
this. I got to. So real quick, Adam Schiff. Now I don't know. Maybe Steve Cohen. I hope he's not sick. We're not making fun of the fact that Steve Cohen is in a wheelchair. I don't know why he's in a wheelchair. Hopefully he's okay. So Adam Schiff came out with this long 9-minute diatribe where he's trying to pump up the Democrat Party. And they're trying to say, don't be afraid of Donald Trump. Don't be afraid of Donald Trump's minions.
We need to speak out. We need to be courageous. They come after me all the time. Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they call me a criminal. They call me a traitor. Their MAGA minions online come after me to try to intimidate me, to create fear. I'll tell you my response. My response to that is screw you and the horse you rode in on. I hope that is your response too. We must not give in to this climate of fear. We are Americans. If our troops can face the bullets and the missiles and the dangers of combat, then sure enough, we can be courageous at home.
Suddenly the Democrats are pro-military. So that's number one. Number two, I think we can all be honest and say that, I don't know, is anybody actually threatening like Democrats and trying to cause fear in the Democrats? We're all laughing at the Democrats. Like, let's honestly, aren't we all just laughing at this point at the Democrats because they keep doing ridiculous things? I mean, yesterday's stunt as they're trying to censure Al Green, where they're singing "We Shall Overcome." Are you kidding me? So it's just, I don't know about you folks, but I'm laughing at them. Most people are. And it's like, no, we're not trying to intimidate them into silence. We want them to keep speaking because they're speaking nonsense. So there you go.
But isn't that kind of their go-to? They cry about, oh, we're being so threatened by those right-wing lunatics.
Yeah, that's all they have.
Yeah.
That's all they have. Speaking of crying, Justin Trudeau was crying yesterday. You see that?
Again. No.
Yes. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more.
I know why, by the way, Steve Cohen, he rides a scooter. It said that he's not a wheelchair bound, but he rides a scooter because he has some back issues.
Fair enough.
There you go.
Well, that makes it even funnier.
Yeah.
Because he's actually riding away from this. By the way, follow me on X at Dan Mandas Show. I reposted this video where beep, 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 beep. You know, that's like when Steve Cohen hears a question he doesn't want to hear, doesn't want to answer. Beep, beep, beep. He just like backs up away from the reporter.
And here's shorts instead of sports. So I think he really needs some, hearing aids and not quite the scooter.
It's all that time he spent in the lagoon. He's got like lagoon water in his
nice
ears.
Hey, we've got more on the arrest of those 3 U.S. soldiers charged with trying to sell secrets to China. Coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.559, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, coming up, we do have some big news on Ukraine. Also, more cringe-worthy behavior from the left singing "We Shall Overcome" as Al Green is censured. Details straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A couple of accidents now in Hermitage on I-40 westbound. The right lane now blocked off at Old Hickory Boulevard East, exit 221. There was an accident earlier and then a secondary accident approaching that spot, so a lot of delays there, too. Stick around for traffic and weather right after the news. 3 U.S. Army soldiers, 2 active duty and 1 former, have been arrested and charged with trying to sell U.S. secrets to China. The 3 were stationed at Joint Base McChord in Washington. The FBI is saying they stole a military computer and dozens of hard drives containing classified details about U.S. weapons systems.
Officials say the men plan to trade the information for payments in cryptocurrency. Now, FBI Director Kash Patel saying these individuals have been charged with stealing America's defense intelligence capabilities and empowering adversaries like China in betrayal of our country. They will now face American justice. If convicted, the 3 men could face decades in prison.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Meantime, some new hires at the CIA are getting pink-slipped days after a federal judge gave the okay to the Trump administration to terminate intelligence officers working in DEI roles. The New York Times reports those being cut were called to a meeting at a location away from the agency's headquarters in Langley, Virginia, to surrender their security credentials. A man tells Channel 4 he is having second thoughts about living here after the shooting in Antioch. On Wednesday night, 30 shots were fired, bullets flying into fire station number 33, and a car and a 16-year-old's cheek being grazed.
Extremely concerning, considering I've only been here for 6 months, and I've just started, my family, myself. It's pretty concerning. I'm a very protective person myself.
Police are looking over security video to figure out who was doing the shooting and whether it was targeted. A bill is making its way through the state legislature that would allow doctors and nurses to refuse or deny care based on their own personal or religious beliefs. The Medical Ethics Defense Act passed the Senate with 27 yes and 3 no votes yesterday. That bill does not allow those doctors and nurses to refuse care to a specific group of people, though. The bill is headed now to the House for consideration. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. The jobs report for February is due out today. Analysts expecting 170,000 new positions created. But ABC's Jim Ryan says the numbers come with a big caveat.
The value of February's employment report as a gauge of economic activity is questionable, considering the sea change that came during the month. President Trump has launched the biggest trade war in decades, and his Department of Government Efficiency has fired thousands of federal workers. But today's jobs report was drawn up before all that happened.
Stock futures this morning all pointing up. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, Hermitage, you're still dealing with an accident on 40 westbound this morning at Old Hickory Boulevard East. In fact, it's two accidents, and it's pushed off to the shoulder, but the right lane also blocked in that area, and it's stop and go now from the Davidson-Wilson County line up to that spot. Madison, a crash on Briley Parkway eastbound. It's at Gallatin Pike exit 14. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Friday, March 7th. Hope you're doing well. Man, there is so much to talk about. In the previous hour, just very quickly, I played you a piece of audio from Adam Schiff. And part of his message, and I do find it kind of funny, part of his message is that the Republicans are trying to shut down the Democrats through fear. Listen to this.
We need to speak out. We need to be courageous. They come after me all the time. Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they call me a criminal. They call me a traitor. Their MAGA minions online come after me to try to intimidate me, to create fear. I'll tell you my response. My response to that is screw you and the horse you rode in on.
So the thing is, when you listen to him, he's trying to say that Republicans are engaged in the MAGA minions. We're all engaged in sort of this fear campaign to try to get the Democrats to shut up, right? That's what the accusation is. Now, I do find it kind of funny because, as I said in the previous segment, I don't know of any good Republican or conservative right now that would try to shut up the Democrats, because everything they do is helping us. Have you seen this cringeworthy video? Joan, if you check out, or KGB, if you check out my X feed at Dan Manda Show.
I'm going there now.
There is a video that has just exploded. It's called Choose Your Fighter.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what they're referencing?
Yes, it's a video game.
Yeah,
and
it's one of my favorites. They ruined it for me.
It's female Democrats, and they're jumping around like they're in a boxing ring. And it's got little bullet points about them. And you've got AOC, youngest Latina and woman to be elected to the House. They say that she's a Trekkie. Representative Lauren Underwood, youngest black woman elected to Congress. It says that she hates balloons. She hates balloons.
Oh, my gosh.
Representative Catherine Clark, out of Massachusetts, not into hair dye. Okay. And Jasmine Crockett is in there as well. And it is the most cringeworthy thing that I've ever seen. Well, since the last time there was a cringeworthy video featuring the Democrats, which was like yesterday.
It's like Ninja Turtles.
Yes, it's like Ninja Turtles. That is exactly what it is. And some of these people, it's like some of these women, they don't even know how to do like a boxing stance. And they look mentally handicapped. There's no other way to say it, with apologies to the mentally handicapped, but oh my Lord.
Like they don't know what to do with their hands.
No, so I don't know what they were going for, but people are just laughing at them. And part of what I would say about all of this is, it is better because they're talking about, what they're like, what they're into. AOC is supposedly a Trekkie and all of these other things. I would think that it would be better to talk about what these women are actually fighting for. Unlimited funds to Ukraine to continue the killing there. Open borders, not deporting, raping, murdering illegal aliens. Men playing on women's sports teams, that's what they're fighting for. I would like to see them get into a boxing match with a man. Let's do that. I think that would be the ultimate test to see how dedicated they are to their policies for transgender folks. Okay, so you want to see men get into a ring with a female for like kickboxing. Well, then why don't you do it, AOC? Why don't you do it, Jasmine Crockett, and see how well you fare against a man? Because you want men to be able to take on women in boxing and wrestling and volleyball and so forth. Of course, they want fewer cops. Yeah, fight for that, ladies. So people are laughing at this video. How would you describe this besides embarrassing and cringeworthy? It is embarrassing. There's such a thing as is it called secondhand embarrassment? I'm embarrassed for them. And so this is, of course, fresh off the debacle earlier this week during President Donald Trump's speech. And I don't know what they're going for. I believe that these people, they are completely out of ideas. Now, Doug Schoen is maybe you've heard of him. He is a Democrat strategist at long time. If you know politics, you know Doug Schoen. And he used to work with Bill Clinton and so forth. And he was on Laura Ingraham last night, and he is just as befuddled as anyone else.
No, it wasn't. When I worked for Bill Clinton, we were moderate. We sought to differentiate ourselves with policies that reflected what the American people wanted. Smaller government, balanced budget, reducing spending and reducing debt. Right now, the party is unrecognizable, has no message, has no strategy, is rudderless, and frankly, I thought was embarrassing itself with its behavior, Laura.
Well, absolutely. Embarrassing themselves. Have you seen the video? Just go to me on X. Find me on X at Dan Mandis Show. And he's right. All those things that Doug Schoen mentioned and that I mentioned a few moments ago. The spending, the wars, the illegals, men and women's sports, waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what they should be fighting against. But instead, there is this ridiculous video. The current slate of Democrats, you can't speak substance with them. We played earlier some audio of Maggie Hirono. Is that her name, Maggie?
Maisie.
Maisie Hirono.
Just think of Crazy Maisie.
Crazy Maisie Hirono.
Mm-hmm.
And she couldn't answer the question about men and women's sports. Steve Cohen couldn't answer the question about men and women's sports. You can't speak substance with the current slate of Democrats. You just can't. It's like they're not capable intellectually. I don't think that many of them, quite frankly, have the maturity level to be able to speak about the current issues of the day because there really aren't a lot of adults in the room.
I disagree with the Republicans on a lot of things. They go further than I would go. So I cling to my membership in the Democratic Party, but it's not the same party. It isn't, CJ said, the party of John F. Kennedy or Bill Clinton. Nope. Moderates are really not welcome. And I wish we could have the kind of discussion about issues that most of us want, that President Trump, I think, was inviting from the opposition, that is sadly absent. It's a woke, far-left party that I really have very little in common with.
And yes, rudderless, out of ideas. And somehow they think that this video, follow me on X, at Dan Mandis Show. You can see the video there. It is cringeworthy. It is embarrassing. But when Adam Schiff says, these Republicans, it's a culture of fear, and they're trying to shut us down, they're trying to shut us up, we're actually not. We're sharing your videos because we want people to see how lame and rudderless you are. Speaking of which, did you see what happened yesterday in the House of Representatives? Details straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Gallatin Pike. No problems coming in on 24 or 65.
I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather for your Friday, going to be a high of 61, cloudy. Saturday, a high of 56 and cloudy. Sunday, same thing, a high of 59 and cloudy as well. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, talking about the unseriousness of the Democrat Party. We did have the whole Al Green censure yesterday. I'm sure that you've heard about it. I'm sure that you've seen it. Number one, censuring is a complete waste of time because they wear a censure from a Republican House of Representatives as a badge of honor. But you did have Speaker Mike Johnson, and he's trying to bring Al Green's censure to the floor. Remember his bad behavior during Donald Trump's speech. And so the Democrats once again chose another moment to be ridiculous. Here's what happened.
And that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
They're singing We Shall Overcome. They really wouldn't stop. So, first of all, using this song so closely aligned with the civil rights movement, I believe that is an insult to that movement way back when, in the 60s. Al Green is a member of Congress, a black man, incredibly accomplished. To somehow say that the white man is keeping him down or black folks down with a censure is just silly. He's a powerful member of Congress who is also black, so please tell me what it is they're trying to overcome at this point besides their own stupidity. And so Democrats across the country, they're actually pretty ticked. The rank and file Democrats, the voters are angry and they're embarrassed. Here's one. Man, I always knew they were out of touch, but they really don't get it. Another one. This is honestly scary to watch. These people say Trump is like Hitler and the Nazis are taking over. Imagine Hitler being in power and his opposition started singing and doing dances to fight back. He says Democrats are terrifyingly unable to meet this moment. And that's true. Al Green is being censured for his bad behavior, and all these Democrats, they gather around him and they start singing, We Shall Overcome. Democrats never learn. Another one. Democrats have become so unserious. Another one. People are roasting them on social media. So 2 big stories this morning where they have gone viral for all the wrong reasons. Number one, singing We Shall Overcome during this censure hearing. That's number one. And number two, the fight video that people are mocking all across the country and probably the world. And by the way, the Democrats are mocking these videos as well. By the way, as far as the folks singing We Shall Overcome, highly, in my opinion, it's like inappropriate. They don't have any new ideas. So they're hearkening back to the 60s. Andy Ogles, and I'm sure you've heard this, Andy Ogles is now drafting a resolution to remove these pathetically singing Democrats from their committee assignments for breaking decorum. He says if you want to act like a child in the halls of Congress, you will be treated like a child, and we'll see where that goes. Joan, you think they ought to lose their committee assignments in Congress?
I think that's the perfect result of what should happen.
I think that is a perfect result, too. You're absolutely right.
You know, I was also watching that and thinking, now I only really focused my attention on Rashida Tlaib, but along with disrespecting the chamber, the office with her actions, she's always dressed down. Like, you would expect a member of Congress to dress appropriately. Even Nancy Pelosi always dressed to the nines when she goes on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Rashida Tlaib is so disrespectful in her actions and even in the way she dresses. She just always looks like she got up, just ran her fingers through her hair and put on some sweats to run down to the Capitol building.
Well, there is John Fetterman.
There is that.
But see, remember, though, Joan, John Fetterman, though, at the very least is respectful in his actions.
somewhat. He also voted, by the way, against the women in the Men in Sports Act, whatever that's called.
Yeah. Well,
So,
yeah,
he did
you're
his
right.
fair share of damage as well.
He did. Well, they're only damaging themselves.
Yeah.
They're only damaging themselves. Rashida Tlaib is an especially potent vial of stupidity and ridiculousness. You know what I mean?
Oh,
She's
yeah.
just, with her dry erase board and her constant screaming about Gaza and all that stuff. There's certain people, and they're the squad, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, AOC to a lesser extent these days. I think AOC has been taken over by Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
But they're all just their special brand of stupidity and ridiculousness. And the American people are watching. But if you saw that group yesterday in the chamber, there's like dozens of them.
Yeah.
Dozens of them thought that it was a good idea. I don't know if Hakeem Jeffries was down there, but they're all just being dumb. And that's why I
Could
believe...
he lose his committee position as well? I mean,
if he was down there singing and if they can actually push it through...
even as the leader of the Democrat Party in the House?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know. He should. They all should. If this is the way that they're going to behave, then they do need to have some ramifications. But you know what the thing is that you're only playing into their hands. Because that happened here in Tennessee, remember? With the two Justins and Gloria Johnson.
Oh, yes.
So the Republicans took action against them, and you only play into their hands. And ultimately, they got, if I remember correctly, they got ejected, suspended, whatever it was, and then they were able to just come right back.
So this might be kind of like the Trump playbook, because all they've done is try to kill him, try to lawfare him, and he's been the victim of all these things and emerged victorious.
Yep.
Maybe they're trying to take that page from his book.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But you know what? They're making themselves seem extraordinarily cringeworthy, and their own. I mean, you heard Doug Schoen, Democrats on the socials. They're only making themselves seem far more ridiculous. Got to go. 6:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up at 6:30?
More about what to do about the outsized number of undocumented students in Tennessee schools. Lawmakers have taken that up. We'll tell you what their solution may be. Those stories coming up at 6:30. Thank you. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. EJ Host, by the way, coming up at 6:36 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for USS, United Structural Systems. You know, I've been telling you for years about USS, United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. This is a great company. They've helped me several times over the years with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse them. Now, I am one of 30,000 satisfied customers, and listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that USS, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. And so this guy gives USS 5 stars all the way, and so do I. USS, the United Structural Systems, they won't charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. They can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. Dan Mandis here, 625 on Nashville's Morning News. The Glock store. You know, America is full of gun stores, but here in Middle Tennessee, my home for all things two-way is the Glock store. Whether it is training, buying, upgrading my gun, you can count on the Glock store just like I do. Now, listen, one of the reasons why Glocks are the most popular handgun in America is that there are so many custom and performance parts. You can upgrade your gun easily at the Glock store. You've got night sights and competition triggers and red dot optics. There's so many ways to upgrade your firearm, and they could do it at the Glock store for free while you wait. Yeah, there's always a gunsmith on duty, and yes, you did hear that right. You buy the parts, they will install them for free while you wait. Now, there's a lot of reasons to like the Glock store. Free parts and installation is just one of them. Now, I know that you will find lots to like about the Glock store, just like I have. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Find them online, shoot270.com, shoot270.com, glockstore.com as well. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
Good morning, 6:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's a big problem this morning on 40 westbound before Old Hickory Boulevard East. There is a crash, and in fact, there's two crashes, and they're blocking the right lane. It's a couple of semis involved in these crashes this morning, and they're trying to clear that way, but it is blocked this morning on that right lane, 40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard East. Careful as you go. What to do about the outsized number of undocumented students in Tennessee schools? Lawmakers are working on a plan.
If signed into law, families would have to provide documentation that the student is a citizen of the United States or detail their immigration status. If parents can't do that, then they would have to pay. That could cost anywhere from $7,000 to $8,000 a year, and that's per student.
Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter there. This would not be a mandate, by the way. Schools would be allowed to create a way to pay for extra staffing required for non-English speaking students, but they will not be required to do so. In Hopkinsville, Kentucky, a man is facing charges after allegedly attempting to set fire to the home, his daughter's home, while she and her sister were inside. 47-year-old William Waters' wife had a restraining order against him before that incident. President Trump is taking a fresh look at all those firings. ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
As Trump works to downsize the federal government, he's taking steps to restrain Elon Musk after cabinet members voiced concern about mass firings. Trump now emphasizing it's cabinet members who will decide which workers stay employed, not Musk. Trump now vowing to cut the federal workforce with a scalpel rather than a hatchet.
Elon Musk is having a pretty tough week, too.
SpaceX hit with another setback in its mission to one day send astronauts to the moon. Another massive rocket exploding minutes after launch last night. The flaming debris streaking across the sky, visible from South Florida to the Bahamas.
What in the world did that come from?
The FAA ordered ground stops at airports from Orlando to Miami, concerned about debris.
ABC's Rhiannon Alley. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Jones, 632, Nashville's Morning News. You know, for me, my backyard is my oasis. I bet a lot of you folks feel the same way, which is why I am so glad my friends at Save a Tree came into my life. Save a Tree can help your trees, your bushes, your plants, and your shrubs look amazing. So if they're sick, Save a Tree can nurse them back to health. If they just don't look right, Save a Tree can make them look incredible with the proper pruning. Now, Save a Tree came over to my house. I told them my issues with my plants and my shrubs and my trees. And yes, they gave me great suggestions on how to fix my crepe myrtles and my shrubs. These folks at Save a Tree, they're actual arborists who can do wonders for your back or your front yard. They can make your lawn look amazing and weed-free. They can treat yellow leaves and diseased shrubs, and they can help you bring those trees back to life. So, see how beautiful your yard can be. Set up your own evaluation at saveatree.com. Remember, spelling is important. SAVATREE. Saveatree.com, SAVATREE. Saveatree.com. You can also simply dial pound 250 on your smart device and say the keyword Save a Tree. That's pound 250, keyword Save a Tree.
So the problem this morning is on 40 westbound. They're still working to clear out a couple of accidents involving semi-tractor trailers, and they're blocking off the right lane and the shoulder 40 westbound near exit 221B. Now, it's a big delay behind it, too, from Mount Juliet Road up to 226. You probably would consider taking some alternate routes to get around that this morning. Could take a while. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Jones, 635 on Nashville's Morning News. Listen, if you need a gun safe, you've got to go to DT McCall's. They are the largest Liberty Safe dealer in the state of Tennessee. They offer free delivery, free setup. You know, other places are going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models, $300 for smaller models. But at DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every gun safe for free every time, period, and no setup charge either. So pick up your Liberty gun safe at DT McCall's, sales tax free right now. You've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. .636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Very quickly, your weather. Today, a high of 61 and cloudy. Saturday and Sunday, cloudy. High around 56 to 59. EJ Host is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. EJ, always great to have you on, and happy Friday to you. I've got so much that I want to talk to you about. Real quickly, though, a couple of reviews that we've been talking about this morning. Adam Schiff has come out. The original video, the entire video, is 9 minutes or so long. And he's got a message for Donald Trump and the Democrats, and also the minions, Donald Trump's minions. Listen.
We need to speak out. We need to be courageous. They come after me all the time. Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they call me a criminal. They call me a traitor. Their MAGA minions online come after me to try to intimidate me, to create fear. I'll tell you my response. My response to that is screw you and the horse you rode in on.
So I guess what Schiff is basically saying is don't be scared of the Republicans. I don't know if Republicans, as I've said earlier, I don't know if the Republicans, we're not trying to intimidate the Democrats into silence. I want them to keep doing the ridiculous things that they're doing.
Yeah, I find it hilarious that he's talking about Republicans as being minions when we have the most diverse party apparatus we've ever had. Yep. Trump is the first one to tell you that he hasn't always been a Republican, right? And yet we're called the minions. They wear, all the same clothes and, wear pink to the speech the other night, and they all sing together. They all say all the same things in these videos. Everybody saw that video that went viral with like 20 some congressional Democrats saying the exact same thing. And yet somehow they call us minions. That to me just shows you the projection. If ever you want to find out what the Democrats are doing, look at what they're accusing the Republicans of doing.
Yep, age-old saying, and that is absolutely true. And it is kind of funny, too, because earlier we were talking about this video where you've got AOC and Jasmine Crockett and some of these other folks, and they're spoofing a video game, whatever. But it's like Choose Your Fighter, and it's gone viral because they're doing these boxing poses like, they're going to fight the Republicans and all that. Whole thing, though, EJ, is really cringeworthy. I have not seen one person that likes this video. That's number one. And number two, if you follow me on X, you can see not only that video, but also the White House response video. And the White House response video is incredible because they're showing you a lot of really, really strong Americans that work in the White House, Pete Hegseth and RFK Jr. and so forth. And so I think the White House response was epic. But, what's your thought on this video as a female?
Well, as a female, it's embarrassing. I don't want anyone of my gender to act so ridiculous, right? But I do think it's funny that they are trying so hard to find something that sticks, and they just can't. It's funny because the most unscripted things now all over, I'm in marketing, right?
Yep.
My day job. everything in marketing right now is how can we look more spontaneous, right? So TikTok influencers and Instagram, is looking for collaborations with people who have a lot of followers so that you can get your brand name out there and things like that. And they want it to look really spontaneous. Yet the Democrats are still stuck in this old playbook when it comes to their political games and their desperate attempts to get some sort of following or message or something. Like, they just can't wrap their heads around connecting with the American people.
You mean, wait, hold on. You mean, EJ, singing "We Shall Overcome" is not a fresh idea?
It's old and tired. Don't they look so old? Now imagine you're like this new Trump voter. You got caught up in the hype because you went to a Charlie Kirk event on your campus or something like that, right? And you finally decided, you know what, I'm not going to be beholden to this Democrat Party's silliness just because they tell me I'm a young person and I should feel that way, right? So you finally go and vote for Trump. You're excited about it. And everything in the last 6.5 weeks has been like win after win after win after win. And you see these Democrats literally shaking their canes in the air, doing things that old hippies were doing, right?
Yep.
So it's just madness. And then they're doing all the same hippie stuff that they did decades ago, but they're also the party of sending people to war. Like, it makes zero sense.
Nothing is consistent.
Like, not Americans like sense. We like common sense. And that's why I think the White House response and literally every cabinet member has leaned in on this common sense theme, and it's working.
So I haven't spoken to you since, I think, last week. So your impressions of Donald Trump's speech to the joint session of Congress, I thought it was incredible. I think that the Democrats, as we've been talking about, they're really doing us as conservatives a favor with their ridiculous paddles, with the messages, so meme-worthy. But I think if you put that aside and you look at Donald Trump's message, it really was a message of unity, and it was a great speech.
Yeah, I mean, it's a message of hope, and who doesn't want hope these days? Who doesn't want a positive outlook for the future, right? Everyone can get on board with that. Everybody can say, all right, we're going to Mars. like let's do this thing, let's end the wars. Let's have more American jobs. Let's have a better economy here in our country. Let's put our country first for a change. And as far as like the lack of decorum and all these kind of unhinged, profanity-laden rants by, Representative Jasmine Crockett and the rest, their weird paper plate craft projects. Didn't that look like a yes. silly craft project?
Yeah.
But that's all just silly, and it's noise, and it's not resonating, and I thank goodness for that. But, there's a difference between being a victim and playing a victim. And right now the Democrats are playing the victim, but Americans can figure it out. But Democrats and Republicans can sniff out a fake victim, and we don't like it. When you play victim, you're really diminishing the experience of real victims. And that's the same in criminal cases. It's the same in singing this, song from civil rights era. It's silliness, but it has a deeper impact on just the overall feel for your party. And we don't like it. We don't like people who play the victim.
No, and here's the thing, when they're singing "We Shall Overcome," because a black man, Al Green, who is a congressman and a powerful congressman at that, and you've got all of these other black people that are also congresspeople who are singing "We Shall Overcome," a civil rights song. Mm-hmm. The song doesn't match what's happening because you have a bunch of people that clearly have overcome. So
right,
what's the point? It's not consistent with what's going on.
Listen, there's something that falls really flat when you look at this guy who, has been on a congressional salary for probably 20-something years in Congress. I think he was 2005-ish that he was elected. And, he was a lawyer beforehand, probably had, $1 million or $2 million in the bank. And now the guy is worth tens of millions of dollars. You have overcome, sir.
I think they have, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's just silly to suggest that he somehow doesn't have any power and that he is a victim. Again, we can sniff out a fake victim, doing something for show. Everything's a scam. Everything's a show, dog and pony nonsense. And we're kind of over it. And I love that the internet and X and social media has really given us the ability to see these things for what they are and then share them wildly. It's not just hoping that somebody on CNN will mention it in a good way. Now we can all just see it in real time, and the young people are sharing it everywhere. So the same people who just a few years ago were like that under 30 age group was vastly communist, right? Like
Yep.
They were socialists to the point of almost being communists. Now they're all of a sudden in the Republican Party camp in overwhelming numbers.
Well,
so it
yeah.
just goes to show that a message like ours is something that works. And Al Green, wave your cane in the air. Thank you for your service, sir, but it's time to retire.
Well, and the nice thing is that it's cool to be a Republican. It's cool to be conservative. It's cool to have the values that we have after so many years of being mocked and hated by people on the left. And now, I think that what is going on is a clear shift, fundamental shift in American values. More with EJ Host is coming up next. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. At 6:46, as far as your weather goes, we've got Friday today, a high of 61 and cloudy, right now 38. On Saturday, a high of 56 and cloudy. Sunday, high of 59 and cloudy as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So you have, EJ Host, just so people know, you have a background in journalism and talk show hosting and all of these things. And so you are incredibly media savvy, and I love that about you. So I want to remind folks what Nicole Wallace said over at MSNBC regarding this 13-year-old DJ, the little kid, 13 years old. He has cancer, and Donald Trump honored him at his speech earlier. And this is what Nicole Wallace said.
But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump's supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide.
So people are now all across the interwebs demanding that Nicole Wallace lose her job. What do you think?
That's silliness. I think she really tried to, listen to the tone. Oh, I really hope. She was near to tears over this thing. It was an act like everything else, and it fell flat. So I don't care if she's on air or not. Personally, I think having a few people like that, the hypocrites like Jake Tapper, the unhinged left, that show their bias, that actually helps us on our side to expose kind of what's going on in media. And so fire her, don't fire her. I don't really care. But I don't want to silence the voices that say ridiculous things like that completely, because it helps make our case that we are again, party of common sense.
Look at the libs of
people you want to align with, because we're normal people.
Yeah, look at how beneficial libs of TikTok has been.
Incredible. All she did was share their own words, right? That's all she does is share their own videos. And it became wildly popular, like one of the most popular accounts on X, I think, in the last 3 years. And so, it's, again, more voices, not less. But I think what's happening because of this kind of X revolution and the ability to search for whatever you want on Grok, right? Like Grok is the Google from 15 years ago. It's given truth a chance, where people can actually go and see their own words, go to the original sources and find out, what they actually mean or what they actually looked like. We don't have to say, oh, well, they sang on the floor and of the house and, did this silly thing. We don't have to wait for the 6 o'clock news or the 10 o'clock news or just see one little clip come across our Facebook feed. It's everywhere now. And so we can't avoid it. And the truth is coming out everywhere. And so, and people want that. Look, as Americans, we want that. We want to know what's happening in our world. We want to play a part in it. And I think in the end, this poor CNN lady, the MSNBC people that get fired, and then there'll just be somebody else that comes in right behind them who's just as unhinged and just as Looney Tunes. I mean, look at The View. The fact that they can't get fired, I think the only people watching them are the people like us who mock them. So keep it going.
Yep. Real quick, I've got about 90 seconds left. Headline this morning, Donald Trump picks sides in MAGA power struggle. Elon drops his chainsaw and leaves the federal cuts to the cabinet. Basically, what happened is Trump called an emergency cabinet meeting yesterday, and he threw down the gauntlet. He said that Elon's done a great job. Moving forward, it is up to the agency heads like Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard and Pete Hegseth to decide who gets fired and who doesn't. I think this is a smart move for Donald Trump. Any good executive does make adjustments as they go along, and he's got his cabinet in place now, and he is letting the people that work directly with their teams to make the decision as to who comes and who goes.
Yeah, I think too, Elon is probably tired of taking the heat for doing good things. It's starting to affect his business and businesses. He also had a Starship explosion again last night. So, he's got to focus on these other things. It doesn't mean he's going away, and his group is still there to help find the ways. But let's be honest, the oversight committees that have completely failed the American people over the years should have been the people that were doing this work anyway. Right? The Office of Management and Budget, the Office of Personnel Management, every department head should have been doing this from the get-go. Now that DOJ has given the tools to the Trump administration to be able to do it on their own, and you've got people all over the country that are doing this now and finding the information and sharing it with the DOJ people. It's not necessary to have Elon Musk as like this figurehead.
Yep.
He's done what he was there to do, and now he can go run his businesses. And please stop blowing up starships over the Caribbean.
EJ Host, how can people find you on X?
Yeah, go to at EJ Under the Radar, at EJ Under the Radar on X.
All right, EJ, always great to talk to you. Have a great weekend. 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. You've probably been looking for cars and you've seen the words buy here, pay here, and it makes you think, well, this is not a place I want to go. And I get it. Most of these dealers do have bad reputations. I am here to tell you there is a good one. One place you can go, Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Now, they're different for a few simple reasons. They've been doing business in Nashville for 61 years. They're Nashville natives that only sell clean title cars under $12,000. So if you're new to town, you need a place to trust. They got you. They can help you out. If you need a first car for a 16-year-old, they can help you with that as well. Now, you don't need to take my word for it. The Google reviews are excellent for Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Now, that's saying something for a car dealership. One location on Nolensville Road, close to Thompson Lane. They'll get you in and out in an hour or less. And the best part, they are the oldest buy here, pay here in Nashville. And they work with your own financing if you have it. Flexibility, transparency, honesty. That is why I recommend Nolensville Road Auto Mart. You can find them online. It is automartcars.com. That's automartcars.com. 6:53, Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones is preparing her newscast at 7 o'clock. Joan, what do you have?
Well, what the 3 U.S. Army soldiers did that got them arrested by the FBI. Also, the bill the Governor Lee is being asked to sign regarding cell phones and schools. Those stories at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Happy Friday. So watch us on YouTube, and Joan looks great today.
Oh, you think?
Got people saying Joan looks fantabulous. I, of course, am dressed down as I typically am these days.
Fantabulous.
Fantabulous, yeah.
Joan, do you know what that means?
It's a combination word, KGB.
Fantastic and fabulous. Fantabulous. Like when I have a good show, I've requested that Chris Hand say that was a Dan-tabulous show.
And then he quits.
Moving. Whatever. All right. Moving right along. Watch us on YouTube and like and subscribe and see all the nuttiness that ensues. Also, take the Daily Dan poll. If you would, today's poll, are you okay with prices going up in the short term due to Donald Trump's tariffs? Now, before you tell us what the results are so far, KGB, I want to play some audio, some great audio from one of my faves, Byron Donalds. So you'll notice that the media, they're all freaking out about the possible rise in prices because of the tariffs. And so realize that over the time that Joe Biden was in office, it took them forever to admit that prices and inflation were rising. And then they had every excuse in the book why it was not Joe Biden's fault. And I love what Byron Donalds said on CNN.
Because when prices were rising in the United States, I didn't hear CNN talking about that much. As a matter of fact, you ignored most of it while it was hurting the American people. So let the president negotiate on tariff policy. That is what he's doing, and it's going to work out to the better. You didn't cover it the way it needed to be covered. Let's just be perfectly honest.
Okay, well, that's
you let the last administration get away with it, but the American people suffered as a result. No, it's not my opinion. That's a fact.
Okay, no, it's not a fact. Congressman Byron Donalds, thank you for coming on to share your points of view. We appreciate your time.
Time for him to go.
Best of luck in your run for governor of Florida.
And the best part is, Joan, he's laughing as she says, clearly the interview's over.
Yeah.
He's speaking truth to power, truth to CNN, and he's done. So there you go. And again, best part of that is he's laughing as she's like, all right, you're out. Real quick, the results of the poll?
Yes, 83% say yes, 7% say no, and 10% undecided.
All right, very good. Thank you. Joan Jones with the news is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Those folks in Hermitage on 40 westbound this morning, you're going to need an extra cup of coffee. There is a crash. It's a couple of tractor trailers, and it's blocking the right lane, and everything is jammed up behind it from Mount Juliet Road up to 40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard East. It's going to take them a while to get that removed. We'll deal more with that in traffic and weather right after news. A couple of U.S. Army soldiers and a former soldier all arrested and charged as part of an alleged bribery scheme to try to sell military secrets to China. Hang in there. I've got it. Hang in there.
3 men are charged in a conspiracy to sell sensitive military information to the Chinese government. And they say several photos prove it. Jian Jiao, an Army sergeant stationed at Joint Base McCord in Washington, taking photos of military PowerPoint presentations. He's accused of dozens of hard drives containing classified details about U.S. weapon systems.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Those men could face decades in prison if they're convicted. Cell phones in Tennessee classrooms, that could become a thing of the past. Both houses of the Tennessee legislature now have passed a bill that requires schools to put together policies that block students from using cell phones, tablets, and smartwatches during instruction. Now, those schools will have to figure out how to let parents know about emergencies like lockdowns and shootings.
It can be inconvenient because if something happens in the middle of the day and they can't get to somebody to help them, then it's more of a hazard than a help.
That mom talking to Channel 4. The bill is now headed to Governor Lee for his signature. Got a traffic note for you regarding construction downtown that'll close a portion of the loop over the weekend. TDOT crews are working under the 12 South Avenue Bridge over I-40. Now, both the I-40 westbound and I-65 northbound lanes of the loop are closed starting at 8 o'clock tonight through 5 o'clock on Monday morning. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Another sell-off on Wall Street. Here's Jim Ryan.
The Dow Jones gave up another 427 points Thursday to finish at 42,579, nearly 2,500 points below its January 3rd high. The S&P 500 surrendered another 1.75% yesterday, while the Nasdaq Composite took the biggest hit of the day, plunging over 2.5% and falling 10% below its highest close in mid-January. Walgreens has reached a deal with private equity firm Sycamore Partners that'll take the struggling drugstore chain off the public market for an equity value of about $10 billion. It's expected to be final in the fourth quarter of this year. Macy's warns of falling sales this year, pointing to potentially higher prices because of tariffs and worries about the wider economy. Macy's is forecasting sales will be down by about $1 billion, and we'll get a look at the employment market when the February jobs report is released this morning. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures this morning are just a tad bit higher. The Nasdaq futures are up 22, S&P futures gaining 2, and Dow futures have just turned negative. They're down 8. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still jammed this morning on 40, the westbound lanes at Old Hickory Boulevard East. It's stop and go all the way from Mount Juliet Road. That's exit 226 to 221B. It's because of a couple of semi-tractor trailers involved in accidents there, and the right lane is blocked off. Murfreesboro, 840 westbound before Bill France Boulevard, exit 65. An accident in that spot. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Happy Friday to you, friends. March 3rd of 2025, Donald Trump had a lot to say about Ukraine. There's a lot of news regarding Ukraine. I'm going to get to all of it right now because Donald Trump yesterday, you know, it is so fascinating to watch the Democrats as they just hyperventilate and just become nuts over everything that President Trump, when the reality is that things that Donald Trump is saying are things that Democrats themselves have been saying for years. For example, I want you to listen to this soundbite, Donald Trump talking about nuclear weapons.
I will say that we've made a lot of progress with Ukraine and a lot of progress with Russia over the last couple of days. And it'd be great to bring that to an end so we don't have to talk that way about nuclear. It'd be great if everybody would get rid of their nuclear weapons. You know, we have Russia and us have by far the most. China will have an equal amount within 4 or 5 years. And it would be great if we could all denuclearize, because the power of nuclear weapons is crazy. And, you know, I was very far along the process with Russia, despite the Russia hoax, which didn't make it easy. It was a total hoax, a total rigged hoax by some bad people. But despite that, I was very close to having a program with Russia, denuclearization, and we were going to get China. I spoke to President Xi about it, and he would have been very happy to have gone along with it. But bad things happened, like an election that was rigged happened. And so we had to come back 4 years later. But I would very much like to start those talks.
I mean, you know, Democrats have always been the ones to fight, you know, nuclear proliferation. And now here we are. They are hating everything that Donald Trump says. And so it'll be interesting to see if they come out. And as the president of the United States is calling for denuclearization, I wonder if the Democrats hate that as well. By the way, Giorgia Meloni is Italy's prime minister. Now, she is saying and proposing extending NATO's Article 5 to Ukraine without giving it NATO memberships. She says that it would be a guarantee of stable, lasting, effective security. Now, Article 5 protections would mean that if Russia attacks Ukraine, which they have, then they would be protected by the NATO nations, just like as if they were members. And so I don't know if she's meaning to say or setting up a situation where she would be obligating all of the NATO members to become engaged in a war with Russia, which could ultimately lead to, obviously, World War III. But that's what Italy is doing. And clearly this would be a major issue for Russia and could torpedo any progress that Donald Trump has made towards lasting peace, because that is what Donald Trump wants. Meantime, yes, Trump has paused all weapons shipments to Ukraine until Zelensky can figure out how he really feels about a path to peace.
It is a pause. Exactly what he said from the beginning. Pause pending a true commitment to a path to peace.
That is, of course, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Now, the reason why that is important is because Zelensky has been all over the place with this. He'll sign the minerals deal. He won't sign the mineral deal. He's regretful about that Oval Office meeting, but he won't apologize, saying the end of the war is a long way off. I mean, every time you turn around, Zelensky is saying something else that screws up any possible deal.
President paying a very keen eye to precisely what the Ukrainians are saying and doing about committing to that peace process. And we're very encouraged by the signs we're seeing. Ultimately, he will make the determination. But it is a pause for now.
So there you have it. Now, Zelensky, as you know, he's been in Europe, had a big meeting with all of these European leaders. I'm going to cut to the chase on this. Zelensky has left Europe without a deal, without any deal to bring in more money for the war. Remember that you had the leaders of Germany, you had the leaders of France. All these people were saying, and I played you the sound bites, all these people were saying, well, we're going to step up because the United States won't. Zelensky has left Europe without a funding deal to continue the war. So now you have all of these European countries meeting with Zelensky over the last couple of days. They were trying to put together this defense plan without the level of support that they're used to. Because, the United States, we're always there, and now we're not. And so this is their opportunity to step up, and clearly they were unable to come up with a deal. Here's the headline from the meetings. These European nations met with Zelensky. They have ended without a deal for more funding for Ukraine. So now you know what's going to happen, right? Zelensky's going to come back, crawling back to Donald Trump. And remember what Trump wants. Trump wants an actual apology. Do you know what's going to be funny? If Zelensky has to come crawling back to the White House and he actually wears a suit. That is going to be funny. I can't wait to see that. By the way, France's President Emmanuel Macron is now saying that they will consider protecting Europe with nuclear weapons. So you've got Trump, the conservative, who is talking about denuclearization, and you've got Emmanuel Macron, the liberal, who is talking about nuclear weapons. This is from the Associated Press. France will consider extending the protection of its nuclear arsenal to its allies. French President Emmanuel Macron saying on Wednesday, while warning that Europe needs to be ready for the United States to not remain by our side in the Ukraine-Russia war. Russia called those comments, by the way, a threat. So now you've got Emmanuel Macron threatening to use nuclear weapons, and Russia, who also has nuclear weapons, they're paying attention to those comments. So the U.S. president is calling for less nuclear weapons, and you've got all of these European liberals basically threatening more. Meantime, Donald Trump was asked yesterday in the Oval Office when he thinks that things will happen with Zelensky. When is this all going to come to a head? And Trump says, well, it's probably going to happen soon.
Well, I think what's going to happen is Ukraine wants to make a deal because I don't think they have a choice. I also think that Russia wants to make a deal because in a different way that only I know, they have no choice either.
Wasn't that an interesting comment where Trump says Russia has to make a deal, but only I know why Russia has to make a deal? I thought that was really an interesting comment from the president. They have to come to a deal for reasons that only he knows about. Meantime, you do know that Trump has temporarily paused giving intel to Ukraine. I do have an update to that story, pretty big one as well. That is coming up after the traffic. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Your weather today, well, we've got cloudy skies, a high of 61, right now 39. For your weekend on Saturday, a high of 56 and cloudy. Sunday, a high of 59 degrees and cloudy as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. President Donald Trump continues to look for a way to end the bloodshed and the meat grinder that is the war between Ukraine and Russia. Donald Trump has temporarily paused giving not only weapons but also intel to Ukraine as President Trump tries to push them towards peace. Now we hear that Europe has stopped sharing intel with us. Is that true or is that fake news? Tulsi Gabbard.
No. I can tell you just today alone, I met with two different senior intelligence leaders from Europe who came here to visit, to introduce themselves and to say, hey, we really look forward to continuing to work with you. I've met with other European leaders earlier this week who've come to Washington, D.C. for the same reason, really strengthening, continuing to strengthen that relationship and letting us know how much they rely on us for our support and the intelligence that we share.
So part of what Donald Trump is trying to do is maintain all relationships, with Russia, with Ukraine, of course, obviously, and with Europe. And it's amazing. Have you thought about this way? Where Trump is putting America first And he is put on full blast, all this negativity coming his way. But Zelensky puts Ukraine first, and he is some sort of a worldwide hero that is being worshipped by Europe. I never thought I would see the day where putting America first, putting American citizens first, like Donald Trump is, would be a reason to put him on full blast like the media and the Democrats have done. Here's more from Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence.
President Trump is the peace president, and he is putting the interests of the American people and our taxpayers first and foremost. This is something that he campaigned on, that he promised the American people that he would deliver. Yep. And so when you look at the decisions that he's made over the last 45 days that he's been in office, he has been very consistent and very focused on keeping those promises and delivering very real and historically quick results.
So, and one of the things, and she points it out, and Tulsi Gabbard points out, is that Trump is looking out for the taxpayers of America. Now, the reason why that is important is because this is literally something that he campaigned on, ending the war in Russia and Ukraine. And the people voted for this. And yesterday I played you the audio, told you the story that Biden's managing of Ukraine was at like minus 22% according to the polling, and Donald Trump was up 2. So people like the path that Donald Trump is on. And so, of course, the one of the things that we keep hearing and seeing is this accusation that Donald Trump and the United States were nothing but a bunch of Putin puppets and the rest of that nonsense. And it is nonsense, saying that we're cozying up to Vladimir Putin. And the thing is, the name calling is clearly not working. It is simply not working. But they keep trying to do the same thing. And these Trump critics, with the name calling, it's not going to fly. It's not going to wash with the American people. Common sense is on Donald Trump's side, and clearly the man simply wants to save lives.
They accuse us of being Russian assets or puppets of Putin. It really is quite disgusting in my own view, and really speaks to the influence that the warmongers, the military-industrial complex, has. They can't answer to really what President Trump's call is for peace. So instead, they throw out these smears and lies and accusations that I think the American people are seeing right through.
Now, you were at the airport for the delivery of the ISIS.
So there you go. That is Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence on Laura Ingram's show. So the headlines from this segment, because I know I threw a lot at you, but there's a lot of news. Europe meets with Zelensky, but they came to no conclusion on more funding. Zelensky essentially leaving Europe empty-handed this trip around. That's number one. Number two, France is now talking about nuclear deterrence against Russia. Meantime, our own President Donald Trump is talking about trying to end nuclear weapons as we know it. Obviously, I don't believe that that's ever going to happen, but it is like opposite day in America, where the Republican, the conservative, is trying to get us to fewer nuclear weapons, maybe no nuclear weapons, and all the liberals here in America and across the world, they want more nuclear weapons. It is absolutely insane. 720 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Now listen, that pre-summer stress is beginning to kick in. How confident are you that you are ready to slide into that bathing suit? Now, if you need help, like so many of us do, I want you to check out Contours of Cool Springs. They are experts in red light technology. Now, what this red light technology does is it basically melts fat. That's a little more complicated than that, but you can check them out online, contoursllc.com, for the full explanation. Now, they can help you lose 2 inches of fat in that first session, or that session is free. Now, I did it. My pants are noticeably looser, and if not, if it doesn't work for you, again, that session is free. You know that Contours in Cool Springs is the only place in Tennessee with this cutting-edge red light technology. Now, people come from everywhere because what Contours offers is unique and effective. Again, see how it works at their website, ContoursLLC.com. Now, right now, a great deal they're offering for you, a $99 Belly Buster special to the first 10 callers right now. That is typically a $600 value. First 10 callers, you're going to get it for $99. That phone number is 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. Again, check them out online, ContoursLLC.com, and get ready for summer. ContoursLLC.com. That phone number one more time, 615-236-9960. 722 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones preparing the news for 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, President Trump switching to a more measured approach as he tries to pare down the federal government. That's coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
O'Brien.
725, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. It is spring rebate madness at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I want you to listen to these rebates. Great opportunities for you to save money. A mini split 17 SEER or heat pump 17 SEER. An $800 rebate right now from Busy Bee. Heat pumps 15 and 16 SEER, a $500 rebate, and duct sealing or repair, you get a $300 rebate from my friends at Busy Bee. So many ways to save you money with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And by the way, you join the Beehive Club today, you're going to get a $50 rebate on your spring and fall tune-ups. And what that means is that you've already saved enough money to pay for the Beehive membership for the year. They'll even file the rebates so you don't have to. There is clearly a ton of benefits when you join the Beehive Club. Check them all out at our website, busybeehvac.com. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. busybeehvac.com. 727, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan.
Hey, Dan.
Have you been following the whole controversy over transgender mice?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Trump USA ID was apparently funding transgender mice. Donald Trump calls it out during his speech. I don't know how much we paid for the transgender mice thing, the experiments or whatever it was. CNN tried to fact check him and say, no, that's never happened. And then it turns out they had to fact check their own fact check because it was a deal. Scott Jennings and Van Jones went after it yesterday on CNN.
Well, it's not all indiscriminate. I mean, we don't really need the transgender mice, do we? I mean,
that's not even real.
It is real. I'm sorry, man. It's real.
It's not. No, listen.
Is it real or not?
Hey, hold on a second.
Did we have to say it was real or not?
No, hold on.
It's real.
I mean, Musk was a shield.
How about the
It's a real thing. My point is,
listen. They weren't talking about trans.
Don't defend the mice.
No. Listen. You don't want to talk about it? We don't talk about it. But it wasn't transgender. It was a different term that was misinterpreted as transgender. They were actually doing basic medical experiments on mice to figure out.
Don't spoil a good troll.
It's just not true.
Jennings is having a good troll. Don't spoil it.
Here's the point. They have found some things.
Yes.
And the greatest public relations advice I could give them is this. You found stuff. Yeah. You're going to find more stuff. And there's going to come a point where you could take this to the Congress and have a really good hearing and a really good public display. That is the next iteration.
I agree with that. I mean, he's absolutely right. I mean, Scott Jennings, they are finding things. They do need to continue to publicize the things that they find. And no matter the way the Democrats try to spin it, a lot of this stuff is absolutely ridiculous. Got a lot more straight ahead. 7:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top story. Still there this morning, that accident on 40 westbound before Old Hickory Boulevard East as two tractor trailers, their crews are out there trying to remove those two tractor trailers that got stuck in the traffic there, an accident. The part of the problem is that it scattered a load of frozen biscuits on the roadway, and they're trying to clear that up. They say they could have it out of there by 9 o'clock this morning, so a long delay. Again, 40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard East.
You know, I've got a great idea. If somebody just wants to bring some gravy, everybody can have breakfast.
A little hot butter. Yeah, we're doing good there.
Maybe some jelly.
Love it.
See, people who are listening and stuck on 40,
they're
not finding the humor in this at all.
Sorry, folks.
That's Joan's fault.
Well, it's always my fault. In the news this morning, Springfield fire crews on the scene of an apartment fire at the Cumberland Square Apartments this morning. A fire started around 6:30 there last night. Doesn't appear that anybody was hurt, but 8 units were damaged. American Red Cross helping there to find tenants find temporary shelter. Metro police are saying a deadly shooting at an Antioch park in November was a setup. Now, an 18-year-old young woman has been charged. Jaslyn Summers was 17 at the time. She allegedly took part in that robbery at William Pitts Park, and it led to the death of 23-year-old Muhammad Kita. His body was discovered in the driver's seat of the car the following night. Her case is set to be heard in juvenile court. President Trump switching to a more measured approach to paring down the bloated federal government, saying it'll be up to cabinet secretaries now to decide who gets fired and who can stay.
If they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting. I want the cabinet members to keep good people. I don't want to see a big cut where a lot of good people are cut.
Meantime, the top federal prosecutor in Washington, D.C. says he's kicking off an inquiry into how diversity, equity, and inclusion is being taught at one of the nation's leading law schools.
A letter from the acting D.C. U.S. attorney obtained by ABC News has him calling the Georgetown law curriculum unacceptable, pointing to a whistleblower's complaint that the Ivy League law program teaches and promotes DEI. Ed Martin says no student from the prestigious school will be considered for a fellowship, internship, or job in his office until, quote, this is resolved. The dean of the Georgetown University Law Center says the First Amendment does not permit the government to direct what the school or its faculty teach.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Stock futures this morning now turning down after some big losses again yesterday. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32 on Nashville's Morning News. Friends, what could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple $100,000. Now, if you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with my friends at Loan Pronto. They are the leader in quickly converting your home's equity into cold hard cash. So, yes, you can pay off all those credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisal. Now, the average homeowner right now has over $300,000 in equity. That is more money. That is your money, and you should use it. Now, one client got $150,000, paid off all their credit cards, a couple of car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved in as little as a day, so act right now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com is the website. The phone number, tell them Dan told you to reach out, is 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Get the money you need for anything with Loan Pronto. Find them online at loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
So here's the deal with that 40 westbound accident this morning. It's at Old Hickory Boulevard East. It appears that there was one tractor trailer parked on the shoulder of the road and another one came along and hit it. And it scattered a load of frozen biscuits on the roadway. So the crash there is still being cleaned up, and they've got the right lane and the right shoulder blocked off, and it may be there until about 9 o'clock this morning. Be careful as you go. Also, Pegram at 40 eastbound past McCrory Lane, exit 192. Police activity reported there. Not sure what that means. Got an accident, too, in Franklin. This one's on 65 northbound at Paytonsville Road, Goose Creek Bypass, exit 61. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Joan. Dan Mandis here. Listen, friends, if you're new to Nashville or you've been here for a long time, but you need reliable garbage pickup, my friends at J&J Services, they can help you. Call them. Now, there's a lot of companies out there, but J&J Services, they've been around picking up trash for 20-plus years. And if you throw it away, they're going to take it. They've got regular weekly trash pickup, construction site pickup, dumpster rental, and even commercial trash compactor services. You can toss it, you can crush it with J&J Services. They'll work with you on convenient pickup times, and yes, they are reliable. Oh, yes, by the way, they also work with porta potties as well. So if you need some porta potties, they can furnish them. 2 decades of taking out the trash in Middle Tennessee. Call them for a free quote, 615-599-7778. J&J Services. Again, porta potties, trash pickup as well. Call them for a free quote, 615-599-7778. JandJServices.com. J&J Services, where they always keep it trashy. 737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Friday across Middle Tennessee. Hope you're doing well. Still so much news to cover, and I appreciate you being here. We've gone ahead. If you want to watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe. You can see us everywhere, pretty much everywhere that you have social media, Facebook, YouTube, 997WTN.com there as well. Not on Rumble yet. We're working on it. But if you want to watch the radio show, you can. Go to YouTube, take the Daily Dan poll, and we've gone ahead and changed it. I forgot exactly what the previous poll was. What was the previous poll, KGB? Do we even know?
I have it here.
An audible.
Yeah. Are you okay with the original one? Was, are you okay with prices going up in the short term due to Trump's tariffs? The new one now is, do you agree with President Trump on wanting zero nuclear weapons worldwide?
All right. So a couple things real quick. I borrowed the question from Brian Wilson, who was filling in for Chad yesterday. That was his question to the WTN masses yesterday, noon to 3. Brian's filling in. He'll be filling in today as well. But, I mean, it was like 80% or something like that. People said they were okay with prices going up in the short term because people understand, short-term pain, long-term gain. Also, Donald Trump is, quite frankly, racking up a lot of wins. So, by and large, when you say, okay, so because of the tariffs, prices may go up on certain things, but remember, through DOGE, we're saving a bunch of money. The Trump tax cuts are going to be extended. The tariffs could actually bring in some money as well. And we have a lot of companies, billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of investment into America as companies try to avoid those tariffs. And so, and I get it, we don't really know what's going to happen with prices. But the bottom line is, majority of people, according to our very scientific poll, say that they are willing to tolerate higher prices for a while on various products. Now, and the reason I changed it, the new poll question, Donald Trump, and I just played you the audio right before the break, he says that he would like no nuclear weapons. And when I played that, I pointed out what I thought was an interesting point, rather obvious though, is that you've got the Republican conservative president talking about how he wants to eliminate all nuclear weapons. And you've got the liberals across the world that are threatening nuclear deterrence with Russia. So Trump is working on or asking for, I think he realizes that he's not going to be able to do it, but you got Trump who is talking about trying to eliminate nuclear weapons by and large, and the Democrats and the liberals across the world want more nuclear weapons. And so I heard from a lot of folks on the super text line saying, no. One guy whose son actually works on a nuclear sub said that we need nuclear weapons as a deterrence. So I agree with that. But so the point is that there's a lot of disagreement over what President Trump said. So we went ahead and changed the poll. Do you agree with Donald Trump that we should work towards no nuclear weapons?
I don't think that's a good idea.
So Joan doesn't think it's a good idea.
No, I think that we should tell everyone that we have no more nukes, but we keep one or two under the mattress.
See, that's the thing is that nobody's going to tell the truth. So, I mean, it's
China's definitely not.
If truly Iran, you think Iran's going to stop trying to? North Korea is another one. So I think Trump, he sometimes says things. But the point is that nobody's going to tell the truth. So if you could truly eliminate all nuclear weapons, I would be right on board. But you're right, Joan. The problem is, and all the super texters are right as well, we need it as deterrence. And we need to be able to do whatever we can to protect ourselves. So, yes, we not only do we need nuclear weapons, but we also need that nuclear deterrence system that Trump wants to work on, where it's basically like an American version of the Iron Dome, which is what Trump really wants to do. And I would love that. I mean, Ronald Reagan, way back when, wanted to do the Star Wars defense system. Remember that whole thing? Never materialized. That was an idea before its time. And I think if we could come up with that kind of a program, and by the way, I'd be willing to bet that Elon Musk could help us out in that situation. We need to do that as well. So we do need nuclear weapons, but we also need to have a system where they can be shot down. So first 5 minutes of the new poll, very quickly, KGB, then I'm going to move on. What are people saying?
Right now, 75% yes to 25% no. So obviously it's still early, so I think it's going to even out.
Well, when you say yes, frame the question?
Oh, yeah. Do you agree with wanting no nuclear weapons? So, yes, they're agreeing with Trump 72% now to 28%.
All right, very good. 7:42 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, you want to play some Senator John Kennedy just for the heck of it, just for fun? Because, he always is so, what's the right word I'm looking for? Is it illustrative in how he speaks and how he has these great little
Wouldn't that be
colloquialisms? Is it illustrative?
I'm not sure. I think so.
Creative?
We'll go with that because clearly Joan and I have no idea what the hell I'm trying to say. So he was on Kudlow on Fox Business, and they're talking about Elon Musk and how Trump has a pro-growth agenda, while at the same time he wants to eliminate wasteful spending. And Louisiana Senator John Kennedy had this to say.
We're not talking enough. We're talking about the things we need to do, Larry, to get high prices down, but we're not tying them together for the American people. And the Treasury Secretary is very good at that. Yes. Most of the publicity has been on the spending cuts. And look, I'm all for them. I think Elon Musk is a rock star. The tofu crowd is mad, but when you trim fat, pigs squeal. That's just the way the world works. That's the law of nature.
When you trim fat, the pigs squeal.
I
love that.
That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before.
Do you know what I wonder? If I ever get the opportunity to interview Senator Kennedy, and I would love that. You know what I'm going to ask him? I'm going to ask him, do you think of these before you go on the air and you think, I want to use this little saying to make my point? Or does he just come up, with this stuff right off the top of his head? Joan, what do you think?
I'm sorry. I'd like to say I was listening to you.
Just like my wife. I'll talk and I'll talk and I'll talk. And then it's like, I'm sorry, what? I know.
And then you nudge her and she wakes up.
That's exactly right, Joan. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Moving right along. You know what's so funny? I actually knew that Joan wasn't listening, KGB.
How'd you know?
That you know why? Because you were paying attention and you were working with me. You were right there with me, and then you were gone.
I was listening to Luke Combs.
She also is trying to get news sources for her next news break.
Why are you listening to Luke Combs? His music?
Because he's in the news this morning, Dan.
Is he? What's he? Well, hold on.
No.
Don't tease it yet.
No.
Oh,
okay.
Is that going to be your news story today?
At 8 o'clock.
Okay. We do have some Elon Musk news. It is coming up. 7:45 on WTN. Time to check the roads.
On 24. I'm Christy O'Brien.
7:45, time to take a look at your weather today. A high of 61 under cloudy skies. On Saturday, a high of 56 and cloudy. Sunday, a high of 59 and cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
Everybody remembers that, and that chainsaw is now a scalpel. From the Daily Mail, Donald Trump attempted to settle a MAGA power struggle Thursday by telling Elon Musk to drop that chainsaw and leave the drastic cuts across federal departments to his cabinet secretaries. Now, a lot of people are positioning this as Elon Musk is getting his wings clipped. Now, this has been one of my concerns all along, that Elon he seemed way too happy to be making all of these cuts. It felt a little scorched earth for me. And I like Elon Musk. And I, by and large, like what the Trump administration is doing. But the problem is that from 30,000 feet, you can't possibly make the kind of cuts that he was doing and talking about without making some mistakes. And by the way, he did make some mistakes. And Elon Musk knows that. Elon Musk has admitted that. And so did Donald Trump yesterday.
I want the cabinet members to keep good people. I don't want to see a big cut where a lot of good people are cut. I want the cabinet members to keep the good people, and the people that aren't doing a good job, that are unreliable, don't show up to work, etc., those people can be cut. So I had a meeting And I said, I want the cabinet members go first, keep all the people you want, everybody that you need. And it would be better if they were there for 2 years instead of 2 weeks, because in 2 years they'll know the people better. But I want them to do the best job they can. When we have good people, that's precious. That's very important, and we want them to keep the good people.
Yeah, and see, that is true. And I've been hearing from a lot of you folks who work, like, for example, for the VA and some of these other agencies. We and I have listeners from all across the country. And so one of the things that is a very legit argument against what Elon Musk is doing is there's a lot of really good people that work for the bureaucracy. There's a lot of really good people that work in the federal government, and we don't want to see the good people get fired. And so we all know the controversy. People like Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, they were all having issues with Elon Musk, and there was a power struggle that was going on. Remember the demands for email bullet points and all that, where all of those agency heads that I just mentioned, they had to tell their employees, ease back on answering that email from basically Elon Musk. And so there has been a power struggle going on behind the scenes. But remember how we got here. You did have Donald Trump promising massive tax cuts. Of course, he was elected. He was promising this with Elon Musk and Doge. Elon and Doge on the job, finding all the waste, also promising a lot of heads rolling, a lot of jobs eliminated. And it was positioned as, well, we have people that are part of the bureaucracy that are taking advantage of the system and the bureaucracy and not even showing up for work, not answering emails, so on and so forth. And so thousands have been fired, but some have been hired back. Lawsuits, of course, have been challenging everything that Donald Trump is doing or wanted to do. Lawsuits have been won. Lawsuits have been lost. I mean, it's all been a process. But this is how the Daily Mail positions this whole thing. Some department heads, including Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, FBI Director Kash Patel, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, defied the Doge head by telling their workers to ignore that directive. Now it appears Elon may have lost the power struggle, as Donald Trump made very clear during his impromptu cabinet meeting that the department heads were in charge of which federal workers are fired, not Elon Musk. Now, remember that originally Doge was only supposed to provide recommendations, not actually make decisions. And it sounds like now those decisions will be made by the heads of Donald Trump's agencies.
So we're going to be watching them, and Elon and the group are going to be watching them. And if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
You know, I think that Elon came in and he did find a lot of areas of fraud and crazy spending with USAID. That's great. And not only did they save a lot of money, they will save a lot of money moving forward. And it did draw attention to the issues that Joe Biden left. But when it came to mass terminations, my fear, and apparently Donald Trump's fear, was that Elon would just... He was a little too excited about slashing jobs when some of those people were really good people.
So that you think Doge and Elon Musk have been moving too quickly?
No, I think they've done an amazing job. They've done an amazing job, and look at what they found. I read it the other night in the speech. I mean, they found these things where billions of dollars has been poured down the drain to things. That's not about people. That's about contracts where billions and billions of dollars was just thrown out the window. It probably got kickbacks. I'm sure there were tremendous kickbacks for the people that authorized those contracts. But no, Elon has been really teaching everybody about the numbers that you can do. But what I want the numbers, but I also want to keep the good people. We want to get rid of the people that aren't working, that aren't showing up.
Yeah, and they're going to continue down that road. By the way, coming up before the news, a bold mission from Donald Trump. He talked about it yesterday. Details straight ahead on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, looking forward to spring and summer. What big events do you have planned? Whether it's a big corporate event, maybe a family reunion, maybe a wedding at your home. My friends at Nashville Tent and Awning, they can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. Now, they've been around since 1884. These folks at Nashville Tent and Awning, they are a Nashville institution. They've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt University, and yes, the Grand Ole Opry as well. They're one of the top companies in Nashville. So I want you to think about your backyard, your property. You can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so that you can enjoy it even when it gets really hot in the summertime. That's what I love about Nashville Tent and Awning. Now, if you have an event, maybe for work coming up, they can also help you there as well with, again, one of those tents or enclosures. And they've got awnings for any style of building that will improve the look and feel of your home or office. Get some visuals. Check out their website, ntaco.com. N-Taco is what I like to say, ntaco.com. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-329-3701, 615-329-3701. Got to tell you, these folks at Nashville Tent and Awning, they are amazing. Solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884. It is 7:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8. Joan, what do we got?
We have the story about Luke Combs that I teased earlier this morning. Also, some U.S. Army soldiers have been charged by the FBI. We'll tell you why they're in hot water. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, real quick, 7:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So Donald Trump, they say, clipping the wings of Elon Musk, which is all fine, well, and good as long as the job gets done. But one of the other things that he said is everybody's going to work together towards a common goal. Listen to this.
So they're working together with Elon, and I think we're doing a really great job. We're cutting it down. We have to for the sake of our country. You can't have that kind of fat. It's bloat, and like nobody's ever seen before. Where you need 20,000 and they have 120,000 people, and you just don't need that many. And it happens with companies and it happens with governments, I guess. You could go to a lot of governments, you'd see the same thing. But we're trying to get it down. We want to be able, next year, we could balance the budget. I think there's a good chance we could balance the budget next year. We have a lot of good things happening.
You know, do you think that Donald Trump would be able to balance the budget? I don't know if he can, but here's the thing. For the first time in forever, we have a president in office who is actually talking about how it is his mission to actually balance the budget. That in and of itself is a victory. It is 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. One of the top stories this morning is the big delay on 40 westbound before Old Hickory Boulevard East. That's a crash involving two tractor trailers, one of them on the shoulder, the other one hit that one on the shoulder from behind, and a load of frozen biscuits now spilled all over the roadway. They're saying maybe not till 9 o'clock until that accident is out of there this morning. 3 U.S. Army soldiers, 2 active duty and 1 former soldier arrested and charged with trying to sell U.S. secrets to China. The 3 were stationed at Joint Base McChord in Washington. The FBI says they stole a military computer and dozens of hard drives containing classified details about U.S. weapons systems.
Officials say the men plan to trade the information for payments in cryptocurrency. Now, FBI Director Kash Patel saying these individuals have been charged with stealing America's defense intelligence capabilities and empowering adversaries like China in betrayal of our country. They will now face American justice. If convicted, the 3 men could face decades in prison.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. The man charged with attempting to kill President Trump on his Florida golf course has a court date this morning. Fox News' Chanley Painter tells us prosecutors are expected to spar with Ryan Routh's defense lawyers over scheduling and evidence.
Prosecutors claim the defense has not provided a, quote, single item that it reasonably expects to use in its case in chief at trial, which prosecutors need in order to move forward and prepare their motions before trial. But Ruth's defense team responded in part, quote, the defense is not required to produce anything at all. If the defense wishes to present evidence in its case in chief, then the defense must produce that material.
President Trump said this week he wants to get to the bottom of both attempts on his life. Meantime, some new hires at the CIA are getting pink-slipped days after the federal judge gave him the okay to the Trump administration to terminate intelligence officers working in DEI roles. The New York Times reports those being cut were called to a meeting at a location away from the agency's headquarters in Langley, Virginia, to surrender their security credentials. A man tells Channel 4 that he's having second thoughts about living here after a shooting on Wednesday night in Antioch. 30 shots were fired, with bullets flying into fire station number 33 and a car, and a 16-year-old's cheek, too. It also grazed a 23-year-old.
Extremely concerning, considering I've only been here for 6 months, and I've just started, my family, myself. It's pretty concerning. I'm a very protective person myself.
Police are looking over security video to figure out who was doing the shooting and whether it was a targeted shooting. And guess who's being inducted into the Music City Walk of Fame this month? Country music star Luke Combs will get his spot on the Walk of Fame on March 20th. The public is invited to attend. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures this morning on the plus side, but just barely. The Dow futures are up 3, NASDAQ futures gaining 39, S&P futures up 5. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, it's still there. 40 westbound before Old Hickory Boulevard East. It is slow going, too. It's an accident involving 2 tractor trailers on the right shoulder and in the right lane. And they still got those blocked this morning. And it's stop and go from Mount Juliet Road up to that spot this morning. And police are saying that it may be until 9 o'clock before they get everything out of there. Got a crash in Jolton, Whites Creek Pike, south of Greenbrier Road, and then Rolling Mill Hill. It's a crash at the off-ramp, 24 downtown eastbound off-ramp to the westbound I-40 South Loop, exit 50B. Got to watch out for that as well. Also in Pegram, exit on 40 eastbound near exit 192. Police activity there. They say we have somebody on the super text line telling us that that's actually a stalled out vehicle on the right shoulder. Metro Police are there, and it's a construction zone too, so it is a mess this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I've made the mistake of looking at the super text line. 2666 says, I'm going soft again. It's none of your business. Anyway, no, here's what he says.
Your business?
No, here's what he says. Dan is going, because all I said was that the concern was that Elon was getting rid of good people, which is clearly what Donald Trump's problem is now with Elon Musk. And that's obvious. So guy says, Dan's going soft again. He says, stop with your soft antics. Drop them like flies, he says, talking about government workers. Drop them like flies and don't apologize. Apologizing shows them that you can be emotionally manipulated in some way.
Can you be emotionally manipulated, Dan?
I mean, I can't.
Really?
No.
I bet you could. Like,
I bet you I could too.
oh,
I'm a man.
snap. Come on.
No,
Amy,
here's the thing.
Flutter her eyebrow or her eyelashes, and you'd be done.
Maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, that's how Amy got me. Sure. Absolutely. But anyway, but the point is, and there's several people that have been saying Elon's getting rid of the waste and all of these other things. I understand that, friends. I do. But when he fired people and then they have to go back and rehire them because they fired the wrong people, that makes our side look bad. That's the whole point. The whole point is Elon from 30,000 feet, he doesn't know these agencies like Pete Hegseth knows his agency or Tulsi Gabbard knows her agency or Kash Patel knows the FBI. They know their agencies. And so for Trump, as I was explaining in the previous segment, for Trump to come in and say, okay, we have gotten a good start. Elon's been doing a great job. Now it's time to focus on firing the right people, the ones that need to be fired. I think that's smart. And I think that Trump, I said this earlier, for Trump, it's a sign of a good leader. If a good leader can say, okay, we're done with this stage, it's time to pivot. I don't think that's a problem at all. Do you? It's clearly not a problem. Again, that is a sign of a good manager and a good leader. So I don't think it is, according to 2666, I don't think it's going soft to say that there are good people who work within the bureaucracy or work within the federal government who don't deserve to be fired. Every corporation, even the federal government, has good people that work within. And they don't all deserve to be fired. I'm just telling you, they don't. So it doesn't mean that I'm going soft. It means that, in my opinion, I'm being smart. Because whenever you, and probably this comes from managing people for 30 years, where you've got to look at the people that you have within your organization, and you've got to decide, okay, who is skating by and who could we do without and who do we really need? And as, has been reported, Elon has fired people that we truly needed. I applaud Elon Musk for everything that he's done. But now it's time for the people that are, waist deep, chest deep in their agencies to look at their agencies, look at the available personnel, and fire the people that deserve to be fired and keep and promote the people that work hard. That's all I'm saying. Did you hear Jasmine Crockett? Luciano sent us a note on the super text line. And it's a Jasmine Crockett. It's a new Jasmine Crockett soundbite. It is Friday, and I feel like we've been Jasmine Crockett heavy lately. But you know what the thing is? She's such a maroon that she gives us so much material. So I guess this was on Newsmax last night. I don't know where she was. They were covering this story. I don't know. This looks like she's on some sort of a podcast, but according to Jasmine Crockett, we want to put black folks back in the fields. That's what she said.
That, and they said, oh, they taking your black jobs. They taking your black jobs. Not really. They are obviously jobs that they want us to go back to, such as work in the fields, all right? Those immigrants that come into our country, they work the fields, something that we ain't done in a long time, and clearly he is trying to make us go back to the fields.
Donald Trump is making black people go back to the fields. It would appear that's what, if this is a recent interview, and it looks like it is, sometimes it's hard to tell on the internet because, and on X, because people take an interview, post it, repost it, and so forth. But one of the things that people are pointing out on X is that there seems to be two Jasmine Crockett's, right? I mean, I could sit here and go through the whole thing about, Donald Trump wanting to put people back in the fields. But there's a part of me that is like, that kind of an accusation is just so incredibly dumb. It just doesn't matter. But here's the thing about Jasmine Crockett. Who is the real Jasmine Crockett? You know, you've got the one, she talks, really tough. She's talking a lot of smack, all that kind of stuff. And so that seems to be sort of like a new Jasmine Crockett that the Democrats are sort of cultivating to be the new leader of the Democrat Party. But it's only recently that she started speaking like that, right? Where she's talking a lot of trash, she's talking a lot of smack. I want to play for you the Jasmine Crockett that actually ran for Congress back a couple of years ago. Listen to how she sounds here.
First of all, it's good to see you in the new year. No one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now it looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. It's just not what my plan was. But what I've always decided is that I would step up when there was a need.
So, it sounds like a completely different person. So here's my wonder. My thought is that the Democrats believe that the Jasmine Crockett you just heard is not nearly as marketable as this Jasmine Crockett.
And as they have decided to go after immigrants and these and things like that, and they've said, oh, they've taken your black jobs.
They believe that this is more marketable.
Not really. They are obviously jobs that they want us to go back to, such as work in the field.
So I guess who are they trying to appeal to? Who are the Democrats trying to appeal to? They are trying to appeal.
And clearly, he is trying to make us go back to the fields.
They are trying to appeal to the absolutely lowest common denominator here in America, because that's who that kind of language and that kind of discussion appeals to. And they believe that Jasmine Crockett is just the right messenger for that. And if they think that's going to work, well, bless their hearts. It didn't work in the 2024 election because that is exactly the kind of crap that they tried to do. Remember Kamala Harris, where she would always change her accent depending on, Hillary did it too, where they always changed their accent depending on who they're talking to? Well, Jasmine Crockett seems to be doing the same thing. It didn't work then. It's not going to work moving forward. And if I were Jasmine Crockett, I would actually be insulted. Wouldn't you be insulted? If you're a Democrat, and it'd be interesting to ask a Democrat, if there's a Democrat out there, I would ask you the question, do you feel like it's insulting that the Jasmine Crockett that sounded smart, she sounded intelligent, she sounded down to earth, she sounded sane, that's the Jasmine Crockett the Democrat Party doesn't want. Jasmine Crockett is being cultivated and coached to sound like this trash-talking idiot that doesn't make any sense. And if I were a Democrat, I would be insulted that the Democrat Party thinks that that is the kind of message that would appeal to people in my party. Donald Trump doesn't treat people like that. Donald Trump doesn't insult the intelligence of the American people like the Democrats do, and that is why Trump won in 2024. At late 8:17, time to check the roads on WTN.
O'Brien.
8:17, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather for today, for your Friday, high of 61 and cloudy. On Saturday, a high of 56 and cloudy. On Sunday, a high of 59 and cloudy. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. KGB, if you could, I put out a call for Democrats on the Super Text line, how they feel about the differing messages, the two completely different messages of Jasmine Crockett. And are you, as a Democrat, insulted that the Democrats seem to be cultivating this, really nasty, angry, attitudinal message, ignorant message that Jasmine Crockett is right now being encouraged and cultivated to send out? Does that insult you as a Democrat that that is what the Democrats seem to want to make their priority. By the way, Donald Trump was asked yesterday about daylight savings time. We've all been talking about this in one way or another. He was asked about it yesterday by one Peter Ducey.
The clocks are going to spring forward on Sunday. When are you going to get rid of daylight savings time?
Okay, are you ready? So, this should be the easiest one of all, but it's a 50-50 issue. And if something's a 50-50 issue, it's hard to get excited about it. I assume people would like to have more light later, but some people want to have more light earlier because they don't want to take their kids to school in the dark. And it's a little bit one way, but it's very much a 50-50 issue. And it's something I can do, but a lot of people like it one way, a lot of people like it the other way. It's very even. And usually I find when that's the case.
Yeah, and basically Trump saying, well, this is 50-50. A lot of the issues that Donald Trump is working on right now are 80-20 issues where Trump, and, this is something that is obvious, where Trump is on the side of 80% of the American people on a lot of these issues, from deporting murderous, raping illegal aliens to trying to cut down the federal government. Trump is 80% with 80% of the American people, and 20%, are with the Democrats. And so
it's a really good reminder, though, that we have to spring forward this weekend.
Yes, it is a good reminder. We need to spring forward.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that we get less sleep, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And I don't want to hear whining about it on Monday.
You know what, Joan?
Screw you and the horse you rode in on.
Thank you.
He's going to use that for the rest of the week.
I didn't ride a horse in, okay?
All right, very good. It's funny because, Adam Schiff, he has this whole thing about a 9-minute message to Donald Trump and the minions. If you missed our conversation about this earlier, this is a little bit more of what Adam Schiff had to say.
We need to speak out. We need to be courageous. They come after me all the time. Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they call me a criminal. They call me a traitor. Their MAGA minions online come after me to try to intimidate me, to create fear. I'll tell you my response. My response to that is screw you and the horse you rode in on. I hope that is your response too. We must not give in to this climate of fear. We are Americans. If our troops can face the bullets and the missiles and the dangers of combat, then sure enough, we can be courageous at home.
So that is Adam Schiff, and he is accusing the Republicans. This is such a talking point, isn't it? He's accusing the Republicans of cultivating this culture of fear. And I think all of us agree that no one is creating a culture of fear. Everyone is actually encouraging the Democrats, please keep doing what you're doing, because all you're doing is you're exposing yourselves as the party of clowns and fools that you clearly are. And no self-respecting Republican or conservative would tell the Democrats to stop. Please continue on and make our day. 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. The Crisscross with Chris Hand is coming up here at about 8:35. The weather in Middle Tennessee can get really crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, you can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation and, yes, 24-hour monitoring as well. So if your neighborhood goes dark, your lights, they're going to be on because of my friends at the Generator Supercenter. You can find them online, generatorsupercenterofnashville.com. Call them. Financing is available. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. That website one more time, generatorsupercenterofnashville.com. 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, Tennessee lawmakers' new idea for how to pay for undocumented children in public schools. And Elon Musk loses his chainsaw and another SpaceX rocket all in one day. Those stories and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
828, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. You can turn that music up a little bit. Thanks. Brandy.
What?
Exactly. Brandy says, Dan, Elon is getting a lot of serious death threats over what he's doing. I don't think he's getting his wings clipped. I think it has a lot to do with his safety. You know what the other thing is? Elon's got it, and thank you, Brandy. Elon's got a lot going on. I mean, he just did have that failed rocket test, I guess. And so he does have a lot of other things to do. And plus, he's got all those kids. So you've got Musk, who really does need to focus on some other things. And so we'll see what happens with Doge. By the way, KGB and I were laughing off the air. We've got, you ever, well, Joan would never do this. I would never do this. I'm not sure about KGB, but we got a drunk texter.
Oh, no.
1082 is drunk texting. We counted it up since this morning at, I think his first text was at like 5:27 or something.
Yeah.
1082 has sent 40 text messages.
He has surpassed 40 already. He texted some more.
And I don't even understand. Like, I'm trying to understand what he's saying. And so I told Jeff, can you look at these and like maybe interpret for me? Clearly 1082.
Oh, yeah, I see them.
Yeah. 1082, dude, is like 8:29 in the morning. Stop drinking. It's way too early for that.
I've had some crazy exes, not like that crazy. That's a first for me.
That's exactly right. Crazy exes. Well, we don't want 1082 to be an ex. We like that he's listening so passionately. I just wish he made more sense so that I could actually understand them and read them on the air.
And lay off the sauce.
That's exactly right. All right, 8:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're still working that crash in Hermitage this morning on 40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard East, and it's still stop and go for a couple of miles up until that spot. It's a crash. It's two tractor trailers, and it blocks the right lane and the right shoulder. Another one this morning in Paytonsville. This one's an overturned dump truck. It's on 840 eastbound at I-65. And it looks like the through lanes have been blocked off there, and it's stop and go from exit 30 to exit 31. In the news, what to do about the outsized number of undocumented students in Tennessee schools. Well, lawmakers are working on a plan.
If signed into law, families would have to provide documentation that the student is a citizen of the United States or detail their immigration status. If parents can't do that, then they would have to pay. That could cost anywhere from $7,000 to $8,000 a year, and that's per student.
Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter there. This would not be a mandate, by the way. Schools would be allowed to create a way to pay for extra staffing required for non-English speaking students, but they won't be required to do so. In Hopkinsville, Kentucky, a man facing charges after allegedly attempting to set fire to his daughter's home while she and her sister were inside. 47-year-old William Waters' wife already had a restraining order against him before this incident. President Trump is taking a fresh look at all those firings.
As Trump works to downsize the federal government, he's taking steps to restrain Elon Musk after cabinet members voiced concern about mass firings. Trump now emphasizing it's cabinet members who will decide which workers stay employed, not Musk. Trump now vowing to cut the federal workforce with a scalpel rather than a hatchet.
And Elon Musk is having a pretty tough week.
SpaceX hit with another setback in its mission to one day send astronauts to the moon. Another massive rocket exploding minutes after launch last night. The flaming debris streaking across the sky, visible from South Florida to the Bahamas.
What in the world did that come from?
The FAA ordered ground stops at airports from Orlando to Miami, concerned about debris.
ABC's Rhiannon Alley. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We have the February jobs report out this morning. U.S. companies adding 151,000 jobs, a little less than expected, but better than January. Now, the numbers don't reflect any effect yet from the Doge cuts. Dow Jones Industrial has opened up 93 points lower. NASDAQ is down 27. S&P minus 11. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Pick a Joan, 8:33, Nashville's Morning News. Listen, spring cleaning time is here, and so is Zero Res, offering a great way to get your carpets cleaned and save you a bunch of money as well. Now, I've been using Zero Res for years because they don't use those harsh chemicals in the soaps that the other places use. Just powered water. And that means pure safety for your family and your pets. Now, think about the last few months of snow and all of that rain. So you've got all of that dirt and the grime and the bacteria that has been tracked into your house. You need a carpet cleaning company that can safely clean your carpets. Now, not only does Zero Res have the highest approval rating possible from the Carpet and Rug Institute, Zero Res is rated the #1 cleaning system in the nation by an independent testing laboratory. When they clean, nothing gets left behind. Now, Zero Res also has great reviews on both Google and Facebook and from the Mandis household as well. Now, right now, they do have a great deal for the month of March. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $109. And you get 25% off of area rugs. Again, 2 rooms of carpets cleaned, $109, and 25% off of area rugs. Restrictions may apply. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Book online. ZeroResNashville.com.
Okay, we still have the 2 tractor trailers on I-40 westbound and the load of frozen biscuits on the roadway. And so we're still dealing with that delay this morning. And perhaps another half hour they'll have it out of there. It's 40 eastbound, make that 40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard East. And also Paytonsville, 840 eastbound. It's an overturned dump truck. The 3 lanes blocked off there at I-65. It's exit 31. Gravel is spilled all over the roadway. And Jolton, a crash on Whites Creek Pike at Greenbrier Road. That one involving some injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:35, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, I've been asking you this for a long time. If you don't know, you really do need to ask because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. That means that the insurance company is depreciating how much they pay for your roof claim. If you've got an older roof, they're going to pay you less. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King and Associates Insurance, they guarantee they will pay full replacement cost. So if you don't know what your policy is with your current insurance company, you've got to talk to them. And then I can almost guarantee you're going to want to come talk to King & Associates Insurance. Whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. 8:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to the Crisscross. Chris and I, just so you know, Joan, Chris and I have solved all the world's problems.
Already?
Yep.
We can go home now.
We may or may not have started a few extras.
That's exactly right.
Hey, you got to break a few eggs, right? You got to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Who's that?
That's KGB.
Oh, barely recognized you.
Oh, yeah. You're the first one to actually say something.
No, I said something. I said you yesterday. I said you
Yeah.
shaved your facial hair.
Yeah.
Hey, can you turn around and let me look?
And he's got a new Malcolm X hat. Did you notice that?
Yeah, Malcolm X, huh?
Joan, we talked this morning. We were face to face. You didn't notice?
Didn't notice. I'm sorry.
Wow. Hey, is
That's
1082? You ever get drunk texters on the super text line?
My show's 9 to noon. I hope they're not.
Well, we got 1082, man. 1082.
Well, you might have the people that are still drunk from the night before.
Yeah.
We could. I could.
That's depressing.
Dude has sent like 40 plus text messages today. 40.
What?
Yeah. Dude's cray-cray.
Is he saying nice things?
No.
Really?
You know what?
No,
It's
it's
like,
cryptic.
you never get 40 plus text messages of I really love the show.
Right. That's exactly right. Everybody who is texting a lot are the haters, which is fine. It's all good.
What did you say his number was?
1082.
He just texted again.
Well, I'm sure he did.
Wow.
Because now he's getting what all haters want. He's getting attention, right? And by the way, the problem is we can't even understand what he's saying because he is like,
Yeah, we need like a decipher or something.
you know what? Maybe what's going to happen, maybe what I'll do, I'll go ahead because it is Friday and I plan on being drunk by 11. So maybe once I'm drunk, I can go.
Take you so long.
I can go back to 1082 and I can read his text. And maybe if I'm drunk, I can see it through the drunk
lens.
prism.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly right. And see if I can then understand his text messages. So there you go.
You're going to cause people to text more than like 50 times trying to like break the record in a sense.
8203 says that he drinks in the morning too because he gets off work at 6 o'clock. When else are you going to drink?
That's exactly
Touche.
right.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I sometimes on Friday I do get drunk, and I'm drunk by it used to be Murphy. I used to say to my wife, I'm going to be drunk by Murphy, and so she's in the kitchen making one of her awesome Amy concoctions, and there's a lot of fruity drinks in my house.
That was two references. We cannot do a third. You know the rule.
Yep. If you say his name a third time, he's going to call in.
I love him. I love him. He can call me anytime. Anyway, what are you going to say,
Murphy.
Chris?
What have you done?
No, I forgot.
Okay, very good.
I'm lost in the super text line.
Hey, so should we put Jasmine Crockett on the payroll?
Yes. I love her. I really do.
Because she is just, she is every day. Every day. There's another soundbite to play.
And I'm gonna go into this deep today. Who is the leader of the Democrat Party? It seems like there's absolutely a rush for the top of the mountain right now, and Jasmine Crockett does seem to be one of the people that is trying to put her flag there.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I don't know. I've been playing around with this idea today. Will the real Jasmine Crockett really stand up? Because you've got old Jasmine where she's.
First of all, it's good to
just,
see you in the new year.
She's just speaking, like she's got her pleasant voice on.
Austin,
just speaking like a human.
Speaking like an actual human. And then, of course, you have.
And as they have decided to go after immigrants and these
the one we all know and don't really love.
Oh, they taking your black jobs. They taking your black jobs.
So which is the real Jasmine Crockett?
She went to the Kamala Harris School of Accents based by crowd.
That's exactly right.
All right.
Classes taught by Hillary Clinton.
That come to our country, they work the fields, something that we ain't done in a long time.
Oh my gosh.
And clearly, he is trying to make us go back to the fields.
Donald Trump is trying to make Democrats go back to the fields.
It's crazy to me.
So one of the things that I said, and I think you were probably on your way up, is if I were a Democrat, I would be embarrassed, horrified, and offended if that's the kind of message that the Democrats were using to try to get me to vote for them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like, really? Are you really insulting my intelligence that much?
Going back to the field. Like
going back to the fields.
Wow.
Just stop it.
Wow.
And you wonder how they lost.
Well, it's what I said.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? That's why you lost, is that kind of stuff. Oh, by the way, you did an excellent job of playing that Gavin Newsom.
Oh, the Newsom Charlie Kirk stuff?
Charlie Kirk stuff.
I got more of it today.
Okay, so
why would Gavin Newsom, again, this is another one of those Democrats who's trying to put their flag on the top of the mountain. Why would Gavin Newsom have Charlie Kirk on his show?
Because number one, I think he wants to try to build credibility, number one. Number two, because he knows that nobody wants to watch a Stupid A podcast. So he gets Charlie Kirk in there to bring in the numbers. But I mean,
he doesn't win over any conservatives. He doesn't win over any moderates.
No.
And he loses the radical left all in one fell swoop.
Did you hear what happened to Hakeem Jeffries?
No.
All right. So just to set up the bit.
So like you right now should come out and be like, you know what? The young man who's about to win the state championship in the long jump in female sports, that shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate
but like, would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. So that's easy to call out.
It's funny because he says that's easy to call out. Then why haven't you done it?
Yeah, you haven't done it at all.
This has been going on for years. This has been going on.
I think he underestimated Kirk.
Do you think so?
I do.
You don't because Charlie Kirk went right after him.
But Charlie did it in a way that was very smooth. He like his demeanor. It was a master class in how conservatives should dress down Democrats. He was very smooth. Anytime Gavin tried to derail him, he brought him back to the original point, and he calmly finished what he was going to say. Gavin was just, his body language was shrunk in the chair the entire time. He didn't really know how to respond to many things.
Speaking of not knowing how to respond, so that was a big news story. Gavin Newsom maneuvers away from the Democrat talking point about transgender people in sports, right? So a reporter gets to Hakeem Jeffries and asks Hakeem the question.
I want to ask about California Governor Gavin Newsom's comments saying that Democrats were in the wrong for allowing transgender athletes to compete in female and girls sports. What is your response to that after Democrats had opposed the women and girls in sports?
I haven't seen his comments. What Democrats opposed was unleashing sexual predators on girls throughout the United States of America.
So apparently what he meant by that, Joan had to remind me that the Democrats, their accusation was that Republicans were going to be running around looking into people's shorts and pants to make sure that they were the gender they claimed or whatever.
Yep.
So you can tell that Jeffries is just, and if you see his face, I posted this on my X. He is lost. You can actually see the panic in his voice, and you can see the panic in his face and hear it in his voice.
What do you think about him? Do you think he's a smart guy? I think Hakeem Jeffries really lucked up into this role, and a lot of people talk about who's the next leader of the Democrat Party, and his name always comes up. And
they're wishing and hoping that he'll be Obama.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. He's never inspiring. He doesn't really put words together too good, and he's just not an impressive person.
No, he's not quick on his feet. He's not smooth like Obama.
No,
and I don't think that he's got the ability to speak as far as inspirational.
It's not eloquent.
It's not eloquent. There you go.
He speaks in very like block kind of sentences. It's very rigid, and I'm going to tell you this. Now I'm moving to subject A. Then we're going to go to subject B.
Right.
It's very awkward.
What's that? Hakeem Jeffries is on the phone for Chris? Really?
Screw you and the horse you rode in on.
Oh, that's. I've been doing that all day. I know people are sick of it.
He sounded a little bit more eloquent that time.
I was going to say, have you seen that 9-minute opus from Adam Schiff?
Yes.
So
yes, I have some of that. That's another one. That's another one that wants to lead the Democrat Party.
Yes, and I thought that it was interesting what he had to say. You said you have audio from it?
I do.
It was 9 minutes long. Okay, so I only had one little audio piece of it.
Hit it.
So this is Adam Schiff, and he's...
We need to speak out. We need to be courageous. They come after me all the time. Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they call me a criminal. They call me a traitor. Their MAGA minions online come after me.
I call you an idiot.
To try to intimidate me, to create fear. I'll tell you my response. My response to that is screw you and the horse you rode in on. I hope that is your response too. We must not give in to this climate of fear. We are Americans. If our troops can face the bullets and the missiles and the dangers of combat, then sure enough, we can be courageous at home.
Yeah, everything that I've been saying is any self-respecting conservatives, we're not trying to shut them up with fear. We want them to keep talking.
I loved when he went down the fear road. And one of the things he said was fear of censorship. That's like, where have you been the last 2 years?
That's exactly.
Your party championed getting Trump kicked off of social media.
Yeah.
Your party championed trying to get him kicked off the presidential ballot.
Yes.
Like, what are you guys talking about?
So I cannot wait to hear your segment on that. So I'm looking forward to that. And you know the video.
Oh, yeah.
So
why do they do this?
You've got follow me on X at Dan Manda Show. So the bunch of Democrat women put together like a fight video, choose your fighter. And it's a takeoff on, video games and choose who you want to.
Yeah, it looked like Tekken 3.
So we're Super Smash Brothers, but
the music is Super Smash Brothers.
Yes.
Ninja Turtles.
Atta girl.
Tekken 3 is too good to compare them
you've
to
got
that.
AOC, and they've got the little points. Youngest Latina and woman to be elected to the House. They say she's a Truckee.
I thought we said Latinx now.
Yeah, right.
Dan, I have something perfect to example everything we've done about these Democrats today. This just resembles them.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
None of them are that guy.
Did you see the background in AOC's bedroom or whatever she was in a hotel?
No.
So, rewatch the video. It's like this weird room where the wallpaper is zebra skin and the bed sheets are zebra skin.
Oh,
zebra skin?
My goodness.
Zebra skin. And it really threw me off because I thought to myself, what hotel would do that? And then I thought, I don't think a hotel would do that. And then I started thinking, is this her personal home?
It's got to be. Zebra skin.
You got to look at it. You got to look at it. The wall,
you know what? I looked at it. I do remember the zebra skin.
The video's on your Twitter page. What's your handle?
At Dan Manda Show.
Okay, the walls behind AOC and her bed and her pillowcases are all zebra skin.
Now, wait a minute. If they love animals, why does she have a zebra skin?
Somebody call PETA. We're going to need some red paint. Stat.
You know what? I don't want... Just get rid of PETA
I bet you she's got deer heads on the wall.
Yes.
I bet you she's got deer heads on the wall as well. You know, some of the funny parts about that is seeing some of these just dip-A Democrats trying to get into a fighting pose. They look special.
The thing that I thought was pretty funny is there's a couple of Democrat ladies who are just no names. Like you wouldn't be able to pick them out of a lineup.
Yeah.
They might have thought like, whoa, I'm going to be featured in a video with AOC and Crockett. This is my big break.
Yep.
It's like, you blew it.
Approval rating down 50%.
Well, and people are mocking them. And I don't have time to play it now, but people are mocking them. I mean, they're run-of-the-mill Democrats all across the country. Just the voters are just they're making fun of them because they are so incredibly out of touch.
It's cringy. It's absolutely cringy. They talked about this with Kirk and Newsom yesterday. The cringe off of social media. You had 3 fails in one day. You had the 22 Senate Democrats. Then you had the Jasmine Crockett video. 4 fails, actually. You had the bingo signs, and then you had this Choose Your Fighter video.
We Shall Overcome, singing We Shall Overcome as the Republicans were trying to censure, which I agree with you, it's a waste of time.
Oh,
they
my
try to
gosh.
censure Al Green.
It's like, with all the Doge stuff, can we just Doge censoring people? It's so dumb.
Well, it's a badge of honor for those folks.
I honestly have a question. Does it actually accomplish something? Because it feels like they censored Adam Schiff, and he's still talking. You know what I mean? He's still going.
It doesn't accomplish anything except it kills 2.5 hours.
Yep.
That they could be working on something productive.
By the way, Adam Schiff says,
screw you and the horse you rode in on.
There you go.
Oh my gosh. I understand what 1082 is talking about now.
What?
Remember he kept talking about horsies?
Yes.
He's talking about that. He was talking about like
Screw you and the horse you rode in on.
what our
Oh,
horsey
I got
names are. It took me a second because I didn't know what he was talking about.
He was giving you horse names?
Yeah, or he was saying, what are our horse names? He was asking what the
What is
horses
a
were
horse
riding
name?
in. Like the name of our horses that
People
we
have
rode
called
in
me
on.
a jackie.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's a donkey.
You come up with a horse name?
Donkey, horse, it's all the same thing.
Do you come up with the horse name the same way you come up with the porn star name, where it's like the first street you lived on and a pet name?
Mine, ironically, is Jasmine Rosie.
Wait, what is it? What you said? What is it?
The street you grew up on and your first pet's name.
Oh, I've got a good one.
I do too.
Babe Clariday.
Wow.
Babe is the street name, or Babe is the
Babe
pet
was my cat.
So street name first, right?
Street name first.
Okay.
Oh, is the street name first?
Yeah.
Okay, then it's Clariday Babe.
I don't know. I might
Doesn't
have
have
it
the same ring.
Mine's a woman's name,
No,
Jasmine
you'd
Rosie.
have to flip it. Mine would be Cherry Patches.
Cherry patches.
That works. That's great.
It does, especially if you're a redhead. What?
Mine would be Bala Buffy.
What would yours be?
Bala Buffy.
I thought you said Bowel Buffy. I was like,
no,
that is
Bala.
really wild.
B-A-L-A. Bala Buffy.
That's a special kind of porn.
Yeah.
What? It's 8:54.
Let's head over to Buffy to see what's happening in the news.
You know what? Not a moment too soon. Joan Jones, what's up?
Oh, man. 3 men and their secrets. The FBI says they have been selling those secrets too. And President Trump strips away more security clearances. Those stories and more coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, Chris, what is coming up next?
Tariffs, Doge, and the Democrat Party reboot.
8:55, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. Now, with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell. You can receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Now, they are the most experienced real estate team in the industry, and as such, you can trust, my friends, at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed cash offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out when you call 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris Hand is coming up next. And did you ever watch Fat Albert?
I did.
Mushmouth? Yes. Valerie says that Hakeem Jeffries looks like Mushmouth. Listen, I'm just the messenger. But you know what? You put those two right next to each other, there's a resemblance. Kind of like I said, Steve Cohen looks like the monster from the Black Lagoon from earlier. You put those two side by side, and people have, because I've been obsessed over this for like years, exactly alike.
They've never been in the room together at the same time.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Dan's got like the board on his house with like those strings attached to stuff. Just like, it's all connected.
It's exactly right. That is exactly right. So, and yeah, I do agree. I hope that Hakeem Jeffries does run because I think he'd be very easily beatable. So there you go. I believe that I'm ending the week with a decent show. Thank you very much for all the compliments.
It's fantastic.
1082.
And now he's about to get drunk.
It's the best
I'm going to get drunk. I'm going to be drunk by Wilson because Wilson's in for Chad.
I didn't know Chad was out yesterday.
Me either.
That's why I just assumed he came down with a bit of the diarrhea. Said it on the air.
What?
Yeah.
Chad said that?
No, I said that. Said he must have come down with a stomach bug, but no, it was planned.
He's on vacation.
Yeah.
Family. How does that relate to diarrhea, mister?